Why should I triple my productivity? Whether at home or at work, tripling your productivity offers a host of advantages. Who doesn't want to get more done in less time? When you're more productive, every area of your life can benefit. Do you regularly feel stressed out because you're so overwhelmed by everything that needs to be done? Do you often feel as if you don't know where to begin with all the tasks on your plate? Tripling your productivity can eliminate this anxiety and stress. As a result, not only will you achieve more, you'll also enjoy better mental health. In the workplace, the more you get done, the more successful your work life becomes. If you're running your own business, this equates to higher profits. If you're working for a company, higher productivity gets you noticed for all the right reasons. You'll impress your managers and be first in line for promotion. Even at the most basic level, triple productivity adds up to 3 times more harmony in your life. This applies just as much in the home as it does in the workplace. A lack of productivity at home can lead to stress, arguments, and discontent. With better productivity, the whole family can be happier, and relationships will improve. Not only that, you'll have more free time to enjoy yourself. Who doesn't want that? Are you ready to experience these benefits in your own life? Then continue watching on to discover how our expert tips are about to help you achieve your personal best. In this video, we'll talk about creating the right environment for productivity. The first steps towards becoming more productive is to create the right environment. You can't triple your productivity if you're surrounded by distractions and clutter. Here's some expert advice to help you achieve this goal. Whether you're working from home or in an office, these tips will help you get off to the right start. Top tips for setting up a highly productive office. Creating a workspace that is geared up for productivity is the key to getting more done in less time. Here are some surefire ways to give yours an overhaul. Remove anything which isn't related to a project you're working on right now. Any project more than 3 months old needs to be removed from your immediate work area. This improves your focus and keeps you productive. Make a daily to-do list to follow. This keeps your day on track. Break up the day into segments and assign tasks to each segment. One trick used by experts is to add a couple of tasks you've already done to your to-do list. This gives you a mental boost and pushes you to accomplish more goals. Try color coding your materials. Colors helps to improve your mode and evoke perceptions. This improves your outlook, helping you to achieve more at work. On a practical level, it also helps you to see at a glance what relates to each project. As a result, you'll save time that would otherwise have been spent searching for things. Use a timer. A timer helps you manage your time more effectively and enables you to track your progress. When you're at work, it's all too easy to lose a sense of time. This means you can end up spending too long on certain tasks. Decide in advance how long you need to dedicate to a particular job. Then use the timer to track that length of time. This gives you a better sense of how long each task requires to complete. Keep your phone close at hand. This ensures you don't need to leave your seat to answer a call, saving you time. Stand up your file folders. Files take up a large amount of space when lying flat. Use a desktop filling box that has a minimal footprint but helps you to stay organized. This will also keep important documents within arm's reach. Adjust your computer monitor. Craning your neck to see your monitor impacts on your productivity. Make sure you choose the right viewing angle for you. This reduces fatigue, improves your concentration, and thus your productivity. Think vertically. Your desk may be horizontal, but there's plenty of vertical space below and above it. Utilize it to the max. Store writing utensils under your desk, or use monitor risers to use the space under your monitor. Better desk organization means better productivity. Put up family photos. This helps to create an encouraging and positive environment at work. If you're feeling stressed, seeing the reasons that you go to work helps to boost your productivity. Brighten your space. Light has a key role to playing in boosting your mental health and helping you to stay positive. This, in turn, makes you more productive. Try to maximize natural light in your workspace. Follow these top tips and you'll find that your work environment boosts your productivity. Working from home? How to set your workspace up for maximum productivity. If you work from home, there are multiple distractions that can affect your productivity. Avoid those distractions by setting up the workspace for maximum productivity. Here are some top tips to follow. Find the right workspace for you. Everybody works differently. You may find that you work better at your kitchen table or in your bedroom. You might prefer to work by a window or by a wall. Finding the best spot for you is key to getting more done. If you're setting up a home office, you can design a room that is a highly productive space. Set yourself up close to a power outlet. You'll probably be working from your phone and laptop. This means you need constant access to power. Don't waste time by having to charge up your devices in a different room or away from your desk. Choose a well-lit space. Working in the dark reduces your productivity. Whenever possible, choose a space with plenty of natural light. Make sure you also have a lamp nearby so you don't strain your eyes. Add touches to motivate you. When you work at home, you aren't restricted by office rules. That means you can add anything you like to your workspace. Green plants are nice touches in workspaces to improve positivity. Add photos of your loved ones or motivational quotes. Anything to make you feel good and keen to get to work. Remove the TV. If you're working in a public area of your home, make sure the TV isn't on. They reduce your productivity. Even if you can hear the television from your home office, you can be distracted. Make yourself comfortable. Find ways to make your workspace as comfortable as possible to boost your productivity. Choose a chair that supports you and reduces back pain. Make sure your laptop is at the right height for you. Open a window or adjust the air conditioning. Avoid distracting people. There are many benefits to working from home. However, there are some negatives too. One of the biggest is that there are probably going to be other people around. This can be a major distraction. When you work in an office, everyone around you is focusing on the same type of tasks. This minimizes the distractions associated with other people. At home, however, your children, pets, housemates, or partner are all engaged in their own thing. It can be all too easy to get caught up in their activities rather than your own. It's also very common for those around you to forget that you're supposed to be working. Children often come in asking you to play. Housemates may come and ask you about preparing dinner or household chores. Your partner might pop in to engage you in conversation. None of this is helpful for your productivity. Even friends can be a problem. When you work from home, many people fail to recognize that you're working. They wouldn't dream of visiting you at work for a coffee and a chat, yet they think nothing of coming around during your workday. This isn't just distracting, it stops you getting work done. As a result, you become overwhelmed and non-productive. Establishing boundaries for your home working life is therefore vital. Set rules for your loved ones. Make sure they know that they're not allowed to disturb you between certain hours. Make sure that you also adhere to those working hours. Don't allow yourself to be distracted. If someone comes in to talk to you during this period, you must reinforce the rules. Don't give in and be persuaded to play or chat. Gently remind the disturber that you're working and they need to wait until you're done. It isn't easy to establish these boundaries. However, when the message finally gets through, you'll find working from home becomes substantially easier. In this video, we'll talk about developing a productive mindset. Having a productive mindset is key to getting more done. Think smart instead of working harder. While most of us know that we should have the right mindset, we're not sure how to achieve it. What does a productive mindset look like? Here, we take a closer look. Think smart, work smart. The importance of your frame of mind. When you have a productive mindset, you can make the best use of all your resources. You'll maximize your efforts, your energy, and your time. It isn't about working harder. It isn't about trying to accomplish everything. It isn't even about trying to get things done as quickly as possible. A productive mindset is about making the most of the things you have. It's also about enjoying the process. With this frame of mind, you'll think smarter and work smarter, getting more done. What elements does a productive mindset have? Which elements do you need to nurture in yourself to become more productive? Here are some of the best. Curiosity, a willingness to question, explore, and seek out new concepts and ideas. It's also the desire to learn and know more things. Motivation. Without it, you cannot improve or make progress. Vision. If you can visualize the things you want to achieve, you can focus on them better. When you have a clear picture in your mind, you can strive towards those goals. Critical thinking. You need to assess situations objectively. Look at all the advantages and disadvantages, then make appropriate adjustments. Self-confidence. Believe that you're capable of achieving your goals. This allows you to achieve your potential. Persistence. A willingness to overcome adversity and obstacles allows you to achieve your goals. Don't allow others' opinions, setbacks, or circumstances to make you feel as if you can't succeed. A positive outlook. Your attitude makes or breaks you. With a positive attitude, you can meet any possibility head-on. Open-mindedness. If you have an open mind, you can generate innovative new ideas. You also become more receptive to new experiences. Balance. To function properly, you need to maintain balance in your life. It's important to work towards your goals. However, it's equally important to recharge your batteries from time to time. Pushing yourself too hard only leads to frustration and burnout. When you integrate all these elements into your thought process, you'll develop a productive mindset. As a result, you'll achieve your goals more effectively. Plan your day. Planning is key to success. Plan every day, the evening more. Using to-do lists can help you to stay productive. They improve your focus and organization. You can make those lists as long or as short as you wish. You may find it most helpful to keep them to just 3 or 4 items. That way, you'll be more likely to achieve those goals. This will boost your mental well-being and increase your productivity exponentially. Too many items on a list just cause you to feel overwhelmed and disoriented. Jot down your to-do list each evening before you go to bed. This gives you a good start to the next day. Instead of having to waste time focusing on which tasks need to be done, you'll be ready to go. A to-do list allows you to capture every task that comes in. There will always be tasks coming at you. A to-do list helps you to prioritize the ones that need to be done first. As a result, you can concentrate on the task at hand. You'll avoid unnecessary distractions. To-do lists also give you more clarity and help you to pace yourself properly. You won't forget anything important. Also, when you check off items on the list, you get a real sense of well-being and achievement. This alone makes it worthwhile drawing one up. The Eat the Frog technique. It's based on a saying by author Mark Twain. This technique may have a strange name, but it's very useful. It's based on a saying by author Mark Twain. Anything to make you feel good and keen to get to work. His idea was that if you eat a live frog every morning, nothing worse can happen to you all day. This is a funny idea, but it's true. Of course, it doesn't mean eating a real frog. The frog here is the most unpleasant task on the to-do list that you've drawn up. It's human nature to try to avoid unpleasant tasks. We're all guilty of putting off something that we must do, but don't want to do. Whether it's a phone call to a difficult client or a long and boring report, eating the frog is essential. When you avoid an unpleasant task, it's always on your mind. It stops you from getting on with other jobs that need to be done. It prevents you from focusing. You know all the time that the unpleasant task must be done. Why put it off? Do it first and get it out of the way. Although it's no fun to eat the frog, it will make the rest of your day easier. With the hardest tasks done, you'll have the easier jobs to focus on for the remainder of your workday. Make eating the frog a lifelong habit. Tackle that major task before you do anything else. It isn't easy to get into this habit, but it'll boost your productivity immensely. What do you do if you have more than one unpleasant task to tackle? The answer is to eat the ugliest one first. Begin with the task that's least appealing. Find a discipline to start straight away and to persevere until you've completed the task. It isn't going to be easy. However, when you've got into this habit, you'll realize how it has improved your work life. Your productivity will increase hugely, and you'll feel as if you're achieving more. Ditch the procrastination. We've already mentioned how, as humans, we're naturally inclined to procrastinate. While it's normal, that doesn't mean that it's desirable. Procrastination can be the death knell to your productivity. Rather than putting off jobs until later, tackle them head on. This is where the Eat the Frog technique comes into play. However, it doesn't just apply to the least appealing jobs. It applies to absolutely everything in your life. Whether at work or at home, ditching the procrastination can make a huge difference. You might not think that procrastination is a major issue. If you're putting off reports that need to be done for Friday until Thursday afternoon, is that really a problem? After all, you're getting them done on time. So, how can the delay be impacting your overall productivity? Let's take a closer look. Imagine it's Monday and you've got a vital report to finish for Friday morning. You know the report is essential. However, it requires lots of research. You don't enjoy researching and writing the report. You therefore decide to put it off. You spend the following 3 days working on other, less vital tasks. When Thursday comes around, you realize the report still needs to be done. You're trapped. You've got lots of other work to do. However, you can't work on any of them. You need to get that research done and the report completed. You must work all night to meet your deadline. You submit the report as required on Friday. Everything's fine. However, look at how it impacted on your productivity. You didn't effectively spend the time between Monday and Wednesday. You should have allocated time to each task according to its importance. More important tasks needed longer time spent on them. Spending longer on a less important task isn't increasing value. The work is less important already. You've also given yourself several days of anxiety, whether you realize it or not. That report will have been on your mind the whole time. The longer the task is prolonged, the more anxious you become. You eliminate this worry by tackling the job head on. Not only that, although you finished the report on time, it probably wasn't of the best quality. This means you're not achieving your personal best. You won't impress your managers and you won't put yourself in line for a promotion. Clearly, procrastination is a problem, so how do you eliminate it? Identify what you tend to procrastinate on. Is it always the same sort of task? Ask why you're putting those tasks off. Probe your answers. Is it because of your ability? Your feelings? When you understand the reasons for putting the task off, you'll be better able to overcome them. Come up with your action plan to resolve the problem. If you're worried that you're incapable of completing the task, take a course or read about the subject. If you're lacking confidence in speaking to a client on the phone, work on your self-esteem. Take the plunge. Although it's hard to take the first step to do the task you're avoiding, it's essential. The more you do it, the easier it becomes. It may take time, but soon you'll overcome the habit of procrastinating. In this video, we'll talk about time management strategies, the key to a productive day. With so much to do, it's easy to become overwhelmed. Whether at home or at work, poor time management causes a lack of productivity. Therefore, finding better ways to handle your task and your time is essential. When you manage each day effectively, you can fit each task into an appropriate time slot. You'll experience less anxiety and stress. You'll also be able to complete each task to the best of your ability. As a result, you'll achieve your personal best. Here are some of the best time management strategies that will lead to a productive day every day. The 2-minute rule. The 2-minute rule can make an enormous difference in your life. This is especially the case if you tend to procrastinate. The concept is that if you've got a task that could be completed in 2 minutes, do it immediately. This applies to all kinds of chores. Whether you've got emails to answer, dishes to wash, or the garbage to take out, the 2-minute rule applies. It's a time to manage strategy that dramatically improves your productivity. You'll eliminate procrastination and accomplish more every day. How does the 2-minute rule work? Think about the tasks that you're procrastinating on now. Are they actually hard to do? Do you have the necessary skills to get them done? Are you just avoiding embarking on them for some reason? Are you just too lazy to complete them? The 2-minute rule says if you can do it in under 2 minutes, do it straight away. Review your to-do list now. How many of those tasks could be completed in 2 minutes or less? Cleaning your desk? Making a phone call? Putting the laundry in the machine? Get them done now. Of course, not every goal can be completed in under 2 minutes. Yet all goals can be begun in under 2 minutes. Let's look at the science of how this works. According to Isaac Newton, objects at rest stay at rest. Objects in motion stay in motion. That means once you begin a task, it's easier to carry on with it. The hardest part is simply getting started. So, if you need to write a report, write a single sentence. It'll take 2 minutes, but it could start you off and you'll write for an hour. The key element of the 2-minute rule is that it isn't necessarily about results. Instead, it's about the process. It focuses on taking action and allowing the process to continue from there. Essentially, the 2-minute rule is about taking action consistently, rather than about performance. Try it for yourself and see if it revolutionizes the way you get things done. Forget multitasking. We often think that multitasking is the way forward. After all, surely doing more should mean that we get more done. However, it doesn't always work that way. The brain isn't actually wired for multitasking. Research shows that multitasking can actually reduce your productivity by up to 40%. That's a significant drop. If you must toggle between several tasks, your focus is limited. Your working memory is hampered. You also have more mental fatigue and increased stress. None of this is conducive to higher productivity levels. You can boost your productivity by instead focusing on a single task at a time. If you have a report to write, get on with it. Don't try to read emails or take calls at the same time. A sole focus allows you to get more done more effectively. As a result, you can achieve your personal best with each task you tackle. That doesn't mean there isn't a place for multitasking. If you have lower-level tasks that need to be accomplished, you can do them together. For example, imagine you need to call your mother and iron some shirts. You could put her on speakerphone while you work. Simple. Remember though, this only works with tasks that require minimal concentration. For any job which needs extra focus to get it right, single task is the way forward. Take a break. It seems counterintuitive to take a break when there's work to be done. However, taking regular breaks helps to boost your memory, creativity, and concentration. If you work continuously for extended periods of time, you'll experience more stress. You'll also become more exhausted and won't be able to achieve your personal best. Taking frequent breaks helps to refuel and refresh your mind. This allows you to maximize your efficiency. Taking a break means that you don't always have to be rushing around and busy. That's not the best way to be productive. You are allowed to say no to certain things. If you don't have time to take on another job, say so. You aren't always obliged to take on things that are unimportant or that you don't want to do. It's sometimes hard to say no, but if you always say yes, you can't progress with tasks that are important. Bear this in mind before you take on new jobs. Sometimes you also have to give up on a job. Again, this is counterintuitive, especially when you want to achieve your personal best. However, if the task you're undertaking is going nowhere, it's sometimes best to cut it off immediately. There is little point in completing something just for the sake of it. While you should always persevere with tasks, if you've hit a brick wall, it could be time to give up. If you do have to give up on a job, don't waste time on guilt. Move on to the next task and don't dwell on it. Also, if you're too physically or mentally tired, it's important to take time out. You can't do your best work if you're exhausted. There's no point in pushing yourself past the breaking point. Have a good rest instead. Go to bed early. Have some leisure time. Even take a vacation. This will prevent a productivity slump and will give you more momentum on your return. Use the commute. If you commute to work, that's time you could be spending on other things. Commuting can be a terrible waste of time. Whether you drive or take the bus or train, there are things you could do at the same time. The daily commute all too often is spent browsing social media or listening to music. If you're serious about boosting your productivity, there are many other tasks you should focus on instead. If you're driving, you could use a hands-free kit to make important phone calls. Alternatively, you could listen to improving podcasts. If you're taking a bus or train, you could read an educational book or complete paperwork. You could even answer emails or plan the next day's tasks. Don't waste this precious time. You could even try to reduce your commuting time so you can stay productive at home or at work. Take a shorter route. Take a cab rather than walking. Work from home if possible. Use a carpool instead of taking a long bus ride. The less time you spend on the move, the more time you can spend on important tasks. Whether those tasks are at home or in the workplace, you can work more effectively with extra time to spare. In this video, we'll talk about decluttering your life. We all have a clutter of clutter in our lives. Sometimes that clutter is physical, files on the work desk or piles of junk in the home. Other times it's emotional or mental clutter. Do you always seem to have too much to think about? Are you anxious and stressed out about things you haven't accomplished? Do you struggle to focus on one thing? Clutter is the culprit. Clutter, whether mental or physical, can seriously damage your productivity. When you're surrounded by clutter, you can't dedicate yourself to the task at hand. Files all over your desk make it difficult to work on the one you need to focus on. Junk all over your home makes it hard to keep on top of your household chores. Decluttering your life is therefore key to staying productive and achieving your personal best. Clutter, the enemy of productivity. A cluttered environment is a chaotic environment. Chaos impacts negatively on your focus. It also stops your brain from properly processing information. Clutter distracts you and stops you from completing tasks efficiently and effectively. Conversely, a serene, organized, and uncluttered environment is conducive to helping you focus. Why is clutter so detrimental to your ability to focus? When you overload the brain, it has to divide its power. This makes it harder to process information and switch between tasks. It also impacts on your working memory. When you're in the workplace, clutter can be extremely detrimental. It can literally prevent you from carrying out your job. Studies have shown that the average worker spends around 4.3 hours each week just looking for paperwork. Not only does this add frustration and stress to the work environment, but it also reduces creative thinking and concentration. When your workspace is decluttered, you can be more organized. You can therefore sustain higher productivity, remaining fully focused on your priorities. How can you declutter at work? Follow these top tips. Adopt an effective filing system. If you allow paperwork to pile up, you'll just waste time searching for papers. A systematic system of filing means you'll know where everything is when you need it. It will also keep items off your desk and in a designated location. Keep your work surfaces as clear as possible. Keep essentials like pens or notebooks within arm's length. Keep everything else in drawers or cabinets out of sight. A study has shown that Americans waste up to 1 week each year searching for missing items. Don't become a statistic. Have a place for everything and keep everything in its place. That way you'll never be wondering where items are. At the end of each workday, give your desk an overhaul. Check to see if any items can be thrown away or put away. This will help you to stay on top of the clutter that piles up over time. What about in the home? Clutter in your house leads to clutter in your mind. It's therefore important to keep mess to a minimum in your living space too. How can you reduce the clutter at home? Here are some top tips. Be ruthless. Don't keep items because you're sentimental about them. If there's something that has sentimental value but it isn't useful, take a photo of it. You can get rid of the item itself and just display the photo. Set yourself regular times throughout the year to donate items to charity. Once a month is a good target. Keep a box for this purpose and put items in it throughout the month. Then, on your chosen date, take it to a local donation center. Consider selling any items you no longer use or need. Not only will this declutter your home, but it'll also make some useful extra cash. Don't shop for fun. If you genuinely need something, you should only take enough money to pay for that item. Don't shop because you feel depressed or for a way to pass the time. Remove the shopping apps from your smartphone. This will help you to save money and will stop clutter from building up. Check what you've got and use it. Instead of buying new furniture, give old pieces a makeover with a coat of paint. Rather than buying a new outfit, consider how you can repurpose existing clothing. Turn worn-out jeans into shorts or cut the sleeves off an old jacket to make a Gillette. Consider adopting the trial period mentality. If you're hesitant to get rid of a certain item, store it away for a set period. You'll probably find that you can easily manage without it. Then you can get rid of it. Adopt the one thing in, one thing out mentality. If you buy one new thing, get rid of an old thing. This stops clutter from building up. Instead of a closet full of shoes, you only have the ones you need and wear, for example. It's never easy to declutter your life. We all tend to hoard items. However, we rarely need the things that mount up in our homes and workplaces. By being ruthless, we can minimize the physical clutter. This, in turn, helps us to get more done and feel better mentally, too. Eliminate digital distractions. Distractions aren't all physical. These days, there are plenty of digital distractions, too. These can be even more detrimental to productivity than physical ones. Have you ever found yourself scrolling through Facebook instead of working on that important report? It's an all too common problem. It seems that distractions are everywhere, from TV to social media. It's important to remove them when you have other things to focus on. Whether you're working on a task at home or in the office, digital clutter halts your productivity. How can you get rid of your digital clutter? Here are some top tips. Deal with your old emails. First, go through your old messages. Delete any which are no longer needed. For the rest, create folders in your inbox where you can store them away. Create one folder specifically for items that you need to deal with. This will keep them in one convenient location until you've dealt with them. Handle your inbox. Put some rules in place for incoming mail. Whenever you receive spam, unsubscribe, then delete. This will stop further spam from building up. If an email arrives demanding a response, tackle it immediately if you can't answer it in less than 2 minutes. Remember that 2-minute rule? If it'll take longer, put it into your folder and tackle it when you can. Tackle your downloads. Set a time once each month or each week to go through your downloads folder. You'll usually find you can delete most of your downloads. The rest should be moved into an appropriate folder. Organize your folders. Having folders that are easy to use and access is key to productivity. Organize by priority, category, or date as you see fit. Sort your folders on your phone too. Group your apps into specific subfolders so they're easy to find. Back up your important documents and information. Whether you're using cloud storage or a physical hard drive, keeping those items in a safe location is paramount. Manage your social media. Periodically, you should go through your social media networks and remove anything unnecessary or pointless. Unfriend, unfollow, and create space for more important life influences. Delete your bookmarks. Bookmarks are useful when you're dealing with web pages. However, make sure you set a time to check the list regularly. This allows you to delete any bookmarks that aren't relevant anymore. Delete your browsing history and cookies regularly. This will speed up your computer's startup time and help prevent crashes. This saves you time and helps you stay productive. Use a master password app or program. This helps to save you the stressful task of remembering all your logins and passwords. It'll also ensure they stay safe from hackers and cybercriminals. Cull old programs and apps. Set a regular time each month to go through your computer and phone. Delete any programs or apps you don't use or need. This frees space and speeds things up. Deal with your photos. We all take countless photos on our phones these days. However, many are useless. You probably have 6 copies of the same selfie as you tried to get the ideal angle. Delete the ones you don't like. Delete any images you'll never look at again. Most of us have taken a photo in a store to send a friend to ask their opinion. You don't need those shots anymore, so get rid. When you get rid of digital clutter as well as physical clutter, you'll be more productive. Clear your mind. Not only do you need to deal with physical and digital clutter, but you should also remove mental clutter. These days, we're always rushing about. This means your mind can become cluttered. In turn, this reduces your productivity since you can't focus. Meditation is a useful tool to eradicate this mental clutter. It also helps you to achieve greater clarity. You can take a mental break from the stresses of everyday life. You'll also be able to tune into yourself. If you haven't meditated before, you may need to practice for a while before you get the idea. Begin slowly to ease yourself into the practice gently. Find a comfortable, quiet place where you're able to relax. Start with only a short 10-minute session. Meditation is a tool you use to become more mindful. You focus on your body and your breath. If you find your mind wandering, simply acknowledge it and bring it back to your breathing. Meditation doesn't just help clear your mind, it also reduces your stress level. This helps to boost your focus. As a result, you can become more productive and achieve your personal best. Are you ready to begin meditating? Find a comfortable place which is calm and quiet. Set a limit on your meditation time. Around 10 minutes is a good place to start. Put your focus onto your body. You can kneel, sit on a chair, or on the floor. Make sure you're comfortable and stable. Focus on your breathing. Feel yourself breathe in and out. Don't judge yourself harshly if your mind wanders. Just return it to your breathing. It's normal for your mind to wander at first. Once the designated time is finished, slowly open your eyes. Spend a few moments becoming more aware of where you are and how you feel. Notice your feelings and emotions. Practice daily, slowly increasing the length of time you spend meditating. Soon, you'll find it easier to declutter your mind of intrusive thoughts that prevent you from being productive. In this video, we'll discover healthy routines for greater productivity. Being more productive starts with establishing routines in your life. While some of those routines are centered around things like being organized at work, others are more personal. Implementing healthy routines in your life are key to success and achieving your personal best. Sleeping and eating, helping you to stay productive. Getting at least 7 hours of sleep every night is essential for both your mental and physical health. Unfortunately, more than 30% of people are failing to achieve this goal. Yet sleep deprivation will reduce your efficiency and productivity. You'll make more mistakes and won't achieve your best. Getting enough sleep, on the other hand, improves your mood. It also reduces stress, improves memory, boosts creativity, and sharpens focus. You'll be able to make good decisions and you'll get more done. The quality of your sleep is also important. If you're getting 9 hours of poor quality sleep, that won't be as beneficial as 6 hours of excellent sleep. To improve your sleep quality, you should try to clear your mind and prepare yourself for rest. Avoid using any device with a screen in the 2 hours before bed. Banish television and phones from the bedroom. Avoid drinking alcohol or eating a heavy meal before bed. Meditating could be a useful tool before bed to clear your mind and help you to sleep better. However, getting more sleep isn't the only thing you can do to establish a healthy routine. Eating well is also important for productivity. Most people think the only benefit of healthy eating is to avoid disease and to maintain a healthy body weight. Yet eating well also has a major positive impact on productivity. Why is this the case? Eating well will increase your alertness and energy levels. It improves your immune system, so you'll take less time off sick. You'll sleep better, so you'll have better concentration. You'll enjoy better mental health and a more positive attitude. How can you eat more healthy to boost your productivity? Base each meal on starchy foods. Make sure you eat your 5 a day. Consume more fish, especially oily fish. Eat less sugar and saturated fat. Consume less salt. Drink at least 2 liters of water each day. Eat regularly and don't miss out on breakfast. As well as the above tips, there are some golden rules that you should follow. Avoid eating junk food. This will reduce your alertness. Foods high in saturated and trans fats make you sluggish. Meanwhile, foods with a high sugar content may give you a rapid energy boost, but you'll experience a crash afterwards. Sugary, fatty snacks may be convenient, but they could seriously damage your productivity. Take care of how much caffeine you consume. We're often tempted to drink a cup of coffee if we're feeling underproductive. However, excessive amounts of caffeine reduce your productivity. Like sugary snacks, excess caffeine gives you an energy spike before a productivity-limiting crash. The best way to remain productive throughout the day is to consume caffeine in moderation. Green tea is a better choice than coffee and will offer you additional health benefits. Never miss out on breakfast. Even if you don't feel hungry when you get out of bed, having breakfast helps you to wake up. A protein shake, cup of juice, or piece of fruit first thing boosts your productivity. You should choose low GI foods for breakfast whenever possible. Avoid the sugary breakfast cereal, pastries, and choose complex carbohydrates like whole grains. This will ensure you have a steady energy source that will help you stay productive until lunchtime. Eat small meals frequently throughout the day. This keeps your blood glucose level constant. As a result, you'll have more energy. If you don't eat frequently, your blood sugar level will dip too low between meals. It will also cause you to overeat at meal times, causing a blood sugar level spike. This makes your energy level unpredictable and will harm your productivity. Frequent small meals space out the fuel supply for your body more evenly. You'll feel more energized, get more done, and achieve your personal best in everything you do. Eat smaller portions at meal times, especially at lunch. A huge meal will make you feel sleepy and will reduce your productivity. On the same note, avoid eating any food containing tryptophan on an empty stomach. Foods like poultry, cheese, milk, and certain fish have high tryptophan levels. These make you feel sleepy if you ingest them on an empty stomach. The best thing to eat on an empty stomach is fruit. Packed with complex sugars and fibers, they break down more slowly in the body. Fruit can also be digested easily. This means you won't feel the fatigue that occurs with large portions and difficult to digest snacks. Although some people worry about eating carbohydrates, they aren't necessarily the enemy. Yes, avoiding simple carbs like cakes or white pasta is advisable. However, whole grain complex carbs take longer to be digested. This means the energy gained from them gets spread out. This keeps you productive in the long term. Avoid eating meat at lunch and breakfast. While you're thinking about what you should eat, avoid eating meat at lunch and breakfast. Generally, meat is high in fat and it's high in protein. This makes it harder to digest and will make you feel more tired, impacting on your productivity. Try to include foods like oily fish and nuts in your diet. These are rich in omega-3 fatty acids which help keep the brain cells healthy. They also help the body to store carbs as energy, not fat. As a result, you'll be more alert during the day. Eating more fiber is also a good idea since it helps the body to digest food steadily and slowly. This keeps energy levels on an even keel for better alertness and productivity. Don't forget to think about what you drink, too. Make sure you drink plenty of water, not just for good health, but for better alertness. Staying well hydrated helps nutrients that provide energy move through the body. It also helps to keep your blood flowing smoothly so your heart pumps more easily. If you're tempted to drink alcohol before bed to get a better night's sleep, note that it's a bad idea. Alcohol may help you to fall asleep more quickly. However, it makes sleep much less restful. This is because alcohol impacts on how you metabolize food. It also depresses energy levels. Once the alcohol is worn off during the night, you'll be more likely to wake up. Since staying productive is linked to getting quality sleep, it's clear that avoiding alcohol before bed is a good idea. Establishing routines to keep your day on track. Establishing healthy routines keeps your day on track and helps you to stay productive. Creating a morning routine to wake up and an evening routine that helps you to unwind is important. With a clear pattern to the day, you'll know what's coming next. This saves you the time involved in thinking about what to do. It also helps you to feel that you're accomplishing more in your available time. Productive people are aware of what they must do before the time comes to do it. Remember that failure to plan is planning to fail. Make planning for the day ahead part of your evening routine. This will ensure you have a clear purpose and mission when you get up in the morning. Set your alarm early. Most people perform at their best in the first couple of hours after getting up, assuming they've had good quality sleep. If you usually crawl out of bed half an hour before work begins, change this habit. Get up at least 2 hours before you go to work. You can use this super productive time to get more done. Develop a clear evening routine, too, that promotes restful sleep. Switch off the laptop and phone a couple of hours before bed. Take a warm bath and drink a soothing, milky drink. Try reading a book to relax you before you finally drift off. As we've already pointed out, getting sufficient good quality sleep is imperative for productivity. Plan at least 10 minutes in your day when you do absolutely nothing. Whether you choose to meditate as we mentioned earlier, or simply relax, it'll help clear your mind. With just a short space of time in which to wind down and do nothing, you'll improve your overall focus. Add working out into your daily routine. When your body is healthy, your mind is healthy. Do you think you lack sufficient time in your day to exercise? Then remember you'll perform 10 times better when your body and mind benefit from the boost in its energy levels. Planning a nap into your day can also work wonders. Napping for between 20 and 60 minutes daily allows your body and brain to rest. During this time, you'll be able to organize information in your brain. You'll also feel energized and ready to work harder when you wake up. Each day, plan time in your evening schedule to reflect on your day. Rewind the happenings in your mind and think about everything that went well as everything that went wrong. You'll gain helpful insights, and you'll be better able to devise plans for a better tomorrow. Add all these elements into your daily plan and you'll be much more productive. Identify your productive times. Everyone has specific times of the day when they're most productive. Perhaps for you, it'll be early in the morning or late in the evening. The key is to identify those times. When you've done so, you can schedule your toughest tasks for those hours. There are naturally moments in every day when you're more focused, energetic, and productive. When you need to focus on a specific task, it makes sense to schedule it for one of those moments. This will ensure you apply your best efforts to the task at hand. Most people have their productive times in the morning. The first 2 hours after waking are often the best. However, this isn't true for everyone. You need to be in tune with your body rhythms to identify your peak hours. To do this, you need to pay attention not to the clock, but to your own body. If you force yourself to do your hardest work when you lack energy and focus, you'll just burn out. Therefore, you need to focus on the way you feel. Be aware of when your energy level is dipping. Evidence shows that the human mind craves a break after 90 minutes of working intensely. Be aware of the signals that your body is sending you. Do you feel sleepy, fidgety, hungry? Those could be signs you need a short break. When you're in tune with your productivity curve, you can plan your hardest task into your most productive window. Then, what do you do with the remainder of your day? Getting the toughest task done every day makes you feel accomplished. However, during the remainder of your time, you should be working on progressive, urgent tasks. You can also catch up on updates, meetings, and communications. Just because you aren't at your most productive doesn't mean you should get nothing done. Plan tasks to suit your energy levels at each stage of the day. At times of low energy levels, plan phone calls, emails, and meetings. At times of higher energy, plan urgent work and daily tasks. At your peak productivity hours, plan to do the most challenging jobs. At your lowest energy level, take a break. Remember that spending more time working doesn't mean you'll necessarily get more work done. Quality time is more important than the length of time. So plan your focus to suit your energy levels, and you'll be more productive overall. In this video, we'll recognize what's important. Around 40% of people in the USA feel burned out and overworked. However, many of us are filling our days with tasks that aren't essential. Busy work is an all too common problem. If you find you are avoiding deadlines by completing unnecessary jobs, you need to give your work approach an overhaul. Identify the tasks you can ditch. The first step to overhauling your work approach is to identify the tasks you can ditch. Remember, eliminating isn't about being lazy. It's about staying efficient. It's about completing tasks that are essential, rather than doing work purely for the sake of it. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking you're being productive if you're incredibly busy. Yet this isn't necessarily true. You're only being productive if you're effective and efficient. It's possible to achieve a lot more by doing a lot less. What kind of task can you ditch then? Answering every phone call. If you're in the middle of an important task, you don't need to answer the phone. Let your voicemail pick up instead. If it's important, they'll leave a message. Then you can call back later in your less productive hours. Get rid of junk mail. Eliminate any subscriptions that you don't read and block spam. This means you won't need to read as many emails. Eliminate as many repetitive tasks as possible by finding better solutions. How do you go about identifying which task you can ditch? Here are a few questions to ask yourself each time. Is this an important task for my responsibilities or my customer clients? Any task which is key to customers or clients or your role needs to remain in your schedule. It may not be exciting or fun, however, the deadline needs to be met. Is this task worth the time I spend on it? Are you spending too much time and energy on jobs that simply aren't worth it? For example, do you spend hours formatting documents to make them look more attractive when a simpler layout would suffice? Laboring over unnecessary tasks is a waste of time and reduces your overall productivity. Will anybody notice if I don't do this task? Are you completing this task simply because it feels important? There are simple tasks which wouldn't be missed if you ditch them. For example, if you draw up a detailed report after every meeting that nobody reads, should you bother doing it? Is it a maintenance task, or is it strategically important? Spending excessive amounts of time on repetitive maintenance tasks prevents you from working on strategically important tasks. If you're in a rut, you'll end up staying in it unless you take action. Find other solutions for those maintenance tasks and free yourself up for the important ones. Is this a distraction task? We already discussed procrastination. It's important to think about whether each task you do is simply a distraction or whether it's vital. If you're avoiding essential jobs that you don't want to do by doing busy work, it's time to ditch that busy work. Use a do later list. We already talked about the importance of planning your day and writing a to-do list. However, there's another type of list that can be beneficial: the do later list. The do later list helps to keep your mind clear. You have a to-do list with all the immediate tasks you need to do. But what do you do with the non-urgent tasks? Rather than keeping them in your head, note them down. This allows you to remain fully focused on the key tasks at hand. Yet you won't forget about all those non-essential jobs that can be delayed until later. While this type of list is a useful solution, it isn't foolproof. There's a danger that if a task ends up on the do later list, it just won't get done. Therefore, you should add a review date to each item. Note that review date in your diary. That way, nothing will get overlooked. You should also keep your list in a visible location. This means you won't forget all about it. In your less productive times of the day, you should aim to tackle some of the items on this list. That way, the task gets done without impacting your productivity levels. The 80-20 rule. When it comes to time management, the 80-20 rule can be revolutionary. Sometimes known as the Pareto principle, this rule helps to boost your productivity. Applying this rule allows you to prioritize your time and your tasks. It's vital at work and key to success at home, too. So, how does the principle work? Out of any 10 items, 2 are more valuable than the others put together. However, those 2 items are most likely to be the ones we delay and procrastinate on. The 80-20 rule ensures this doesn't happen. How can you apply the rule in your own life? Write down 10 goals that you need to accomplish. Next, ask which one of those goals is most important. Which one has the most positive impact? Which one is most essential? Which one is most time pressured? Next, choose the next most vital goal. This identifies the 20 element of the equation. You now know which goals you need to work on first. The 80-20 rule ties into the eat the frog technique mentioned earlier. All too often, the 20 element of the equation is the frog. Often, the day's most valuable tasks are the most complex and difficult. Yet the rewards and payoff when you complete them are also exponentially bigger. Before you begin any task, you should therefore always ask whether it's a 20 task. Resisting the temptation to get small jobs done first is a hard habit to break. Yet, when you do break it, you'll boost your productivity and become more successful. In this video, we'll learn about delegate, outsource, and utilize tools. If you look at all your tasks, there are probably many that you could delegate or outsource. Just because you can do everything yourself doesn't mean you should. Delegating and outsourcing can make you considerably more productive. While it sounds obvious that we should all be delegating and outsourcing more, few of us do it. Why? We tend to think that delegating is trying to escape and pass off work to other people. Some people, especially at work, think that delegating is a sign of weakness. You may even think that you're the only one that can do the job properly. Letting go is difficult. However, to be productive, you must accept you can't accomplish everything on your own. The key is to know which tasks can be delegated. After all, if you delegate the wrong tasks, you could be giving yourself more work, not less. How do you know which tasks are suitable for delegation? Here is a quick guide. Tiny tasks. These are jobs which are quick to do individually, but which mount up over time. Tasks like scheduling meetings, deleting spam, or booking flights can all be delegated. Tedious tasks. Mindless jobs which require minimal skills such as filing or photocopying can be delegated. Time-consuming tasks. Break these long jobs into chunks, then delegate each section to other people. Teachable tasks. If you could show someone else how to do the job just as well as you, do it. It'll take time in the short term, but save you hours in the long run. Tasks you can't do. Nobody is an expert at everything. If you're poor at report writing, design, or have no IT skills, delegate those tasks. It makes sense to give the job to somebody with the necessary skills. Time-sensitive tasks. If you simply lack sufficient time to complete a sensitive job, delegate elements of it to others. Now you know which task you can delegate. How do you go about doing it? First, you need to select the best person for each task. You need to choose someone with the necessary skills to complete the job well. You also need to explain the reasons for delegating the task. The person you've chosen needs to know why they've been selected. It goes without saying that when you delegate tasks, you need to supply the right instructions to go with them. Nobody can effectively complete a task without knowing how to do it or what's expected of them. Make it clear precisely what you need, or you'll end up wasting time redoing the task in hand. You may also need to provide training and resources to those you've delegated the job to. This ensures the task is completed to the same standards as when you were doing it yourself. On the same note, outsourcing can also be highly beneficial for productivity. It helps you to save time and to be more focused on essential tasks. This applies both at home and at work. What kind of tasks can you outsource? Why not consider hiring a VA or virtual assistant? If you're running a business, a low-cost VA can help with repetitive and low-skilled tasks. Jobs like booking travel, scheduling meetings, and replying to emails can all be outsourced to a VA. When you eliminate these tasks from your life, you'll get more essential work done. Hire some help at home. Staying productive at home is easier if you outsource the most menial, boring, and repetitive tasks to others. Hire a cleaner to save you time. Pay somebody to install your dishwasher rather than struggling to do the job yourself. Get a gardener to keep your lawn looking at its best rather than spending an hour mowing each weekend. Freeing up this extra time allows you to focus on more important home-related tasks. You should also be utilizing productivity tools to their best advantage. Hardware and software exist to boost your productivity, so leverage them. Invest in a tablet that allows you to work on your commute. Use an online calendar that gives you automated reminders about your to-do list. Harness the potential of the latest apps to make managing all elements of your life smoother and easier. By making these simple changes, you'll be much more productive daily. In this video, we'll discuss increasing productivity at home. Many people tend to associate productivity with the workplace. It's fair to say that staying productive at work is often a top priority. Yet, being productive at home is also important for your family life and your mental well-being. An unproductive home life leads to extra stress, dissatisfaction, and stagnation. Everyone has a host of tasks and responsibilities that need to be tackled in the home. It can seem virtually impossible to juggle them while you still have enough quality time for yourself and your family. Yet, by simply utilizing a few productivity techniques, you'll revolutionize your home life. Many of the ideas that we've already covered in this video course can be applied at home as well as work. Delegation isn't something reserved only for colleagues. You can delegate tasks to family members too. Anyone can put laundry in the washing machine. Anyone can clear the table after a meal or take out the garbage. Planning your day is just as valid when you're at home. You can even apply the Eat the Frog and 8-20 rules in the home environment. However, there are a couple of additional productivity techniques you can add at home to make yourself more productive. Create an enjoyable environment. When you're at home, you're in your own space. That means you have the freedom to create an environment conducive to productivity. At work, you probably have limited control over your surroundings. There are rules and regulations that must be followed. At home, those rules are your own. That means you can think about how you can create the best space for you to stay productive. One way to make a productive environment at home is listening to the right kind of music while you work. We've already said that distractions ought to be avoided. However, at home, background music can often improve focus. The key is to choose the optimal music for you. It's always wise to avoid any music with vocals. Even if you don't mean to, you usually end up listening to the words. This is distracting and draws focus away from the task you're working on. Instead, choose instrumental tracks that are upbeat. Remember though, listen, but don't participate. If you're drumming, dancing, or tapping your feet while you listen, it's the wrong music for you. The goal is to listen to something soothing, not stimulating. Celebrate and reward your achievements. In the workplace, it's becoming more common to celebrate and reward achievements. Unfortunately, we usually fail to do the same at home. It's vital to take the time to congratulate yourself whenever you have a productive day. When you accomplish a task, you need to acknowledge your success. Only through celebration and reward will you retain motivation to carry on trying and striving towards your goals. Reflect on every day to determine what worked for you and what failed. Don't feel bad about the things that didn't work out. Instead, identify why they went wrong. How could you change things next time? Reflection will boost your future productivity in the long run. If you dwell for too long on things that failed, you end up overlooking what went well. Make sure you give yourself full credit for those successes. Humans naturally seek out rewards. Each time you celebrate a success, you're rewarding yourself. This gives you increased motivation in the future. You'll also begin to develop habits and rituals that will make you more productive in the future. You'll be programming your mind to become more successful. You'll also forge a more positive relationship with yourself. This gives you greater confidence, which in turn makes you more likely to be more productive. How can you celebrate your achievements? Keep your own victory log that you can look back over. Do something that you love but hardly ever have time to do. Buy a treat for yourself. Take some me time. When you reward your own achievements, even at home, you'll increase your productivity in the future. You'll also be more motivated to achieve your personal best. These chapters should have given you all the information you need to triple your productivity. Whether in the home or in the workplace, these simple measures will help you get more done in less time. Thinking smarter means working smarter. Working smarter means being more effective. Being more effective means you'll have more leisure time. More leisure time means less stress and greater positivity in your life. Therefore, tripling your productivity won't just make you more successful. It'll make you happier too. Follow the advice in this video course, and you'll find it easier than you imagined to achieve your personal best.
If you are watching this video, you are undoubtedly trying to become more productive by managing your time better. That's a great goal, but you really can't manage time. An hour will always consist of 60 minutes, and a day will have 24 hours. That can't be changed. So if you are lamenting, "I never have enough time," keep in mind you have the exact amount of time as everyone else. You can't manage time, but you can manage yourself by making better choices every day. With each choice you make, you can improve your life or make it more difficult. Proper goal setting is a major part of managing your time. However, it's critical not to confuse your end goal, the final result, with the steps designed to get you there. For example, let's say your boss has placed you in charge of finding new office space. That's the end goal. But the steps you take to go about achieving that goal will make a huge difference. You can do research and prepare a list of all available commercial space to present to the boss. This will probably take a few days, and you're not even close to the end goal, which is finding a new office for your particular company. You've started the project, but you've wasted time as well. If you were to handle the assignment with an eye on better time management, you would start with a list of needed information. What neighborhood would be best? What is the monthly rent and utility budget? This information can be gathered in minutes, hopefully from the boss himself, and it will narrow down your project and save you days of needless searching. Keeping the end goal in mind always saves you time. Have the necessary information at hand before you begin the actual work. It will eliminate a lot of steps along the way. In this video, we'll discover how to get to know yourself. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. No one is equally good or bad at everything. But if you don't know what your weaknesses and strengths are, you could be blindsiding yourself. Becoming more self-aware is the first step to becoming more productive. For example, you may be very analytical, which means you are good at thinking through a problem to the end and seeing solutions. But that same strength could turn you into a perfectionist. If you are a decisive person, you are great at making decisions, but you may not think a problem through entirely before taking action. When you get to know yourself better, you can amplify your talents and minimize weaknesses. This will help you work at maximum efficiency without wasting time. They say that we have three selves: how the world sees us, how we see ourselves, and how we really are. To work with and enhance your strengths, make an honest list of what you consider your strengths and weaknesses. Keep an open mind and remain honest. We're all familiar with the favorite interview question, "What are your weaknesses?" The beaming interviewee, of course, answers, "Oh, I always seem to take on too much. I feel like I want to do everything." Can you identify the weakness? our interviewee is, in effect, stating that she is disorganized and unable to focus on one thing. She cannot manage her time, or perhaps her life, properly. After creating your list of strengths and weaknesses, ask yourself about your general mindset. A mindset is how we view the world. This usually involves pessimism versus optimism. These attitudes eventually shape our goals and determine how much we get done. Optimistic people are open to learning and trying new things. That's a critical element to better self-management. You need to believe that being more productive is possible. Optimism, the attitude that things can get done, will help increase your productivity in many ways. Think of it as a secret weapon or a powerful tool in managing your time. It really is true that if you think you can, you will. That same optimism can help you get the best performance out of those who work for you. Instead of maintaining the mindset of, this is how we've always done it, you can change people's thinking to, this is how we could do things better. To help you gain greater self-awareness, it can be helpful to ask people whom you trust for honest feedback. With so many demands on our precious time, becoming more self-aware is an essential tool for managing your life and your time better. Determine what you really want. It's hard to be productive if you don't know what you want to achieve. What really matters to you? The answer is critical if you want to manage your time better. It's viewing the broad picture that is your life to get the most out of it. For example, if you determine your family is what matters most, then you will find ways to increase the time you spend with them. If, on the other hand, all you truly want to be is the head of your company, you will know where to devote your time most effectively. In the bustle of ordinary life, we can easily lose track of what is genuinely important to us. When the rent is due, maybe you forgot how badly you once wanted to be a writer. You spend time worrying, talking to friends, perhaps chugging some beer. Anything that doesn't involve you managing your time and life better. The following exercise can be very helpful. Get a notebook and write down the question. If there were no obstacles, what would I be doing right now? Ask that question several times during the week. Don't think or analyze. Just let your pen flow or fingers move across the keyboard. This is meant to get the blood flowing and provide you with an insight or two. Once you've determined what's important, you can start planning your time accordingly. No more wasting the day on important tasks when the important ones are left behind, neglected, and forgotten. What are your daily habits? We don't mean to get you nervous, but you may be living with a killer. But not to worry, you can take control of the situation. Nothing kills productivity and wastes time like bad habits. Bad habits can sabotage your life in the most spectacular way. Habits are the things we do every day routinely without thinking. It's when we function on autopilot, such as brushing our teeth, driving to work, preparing dinner. Habits are the small things you do every day, and they can add up to the sum of your life. Let's look at some time-killing bad habits. 1. Not planning each day. If you don't schedule your important tasks, you have no idea what you'll be doing on any given day. Your day will be running you instead of the other way around. Would you drive across country without a map? You might get somewhere eventually, but you will likely be taking the long, scenic route. Schedule your day the night before. Unexpected interruptions do happen, but a schedule will help keep you on track and help you manage your time more effectively. 2. It goes without saying that being disorganized wastes time. Spend a good portion of each hour hunting down the things you need is a major time killer. There is a time management rule that says handle a piece of paper only once. When you check the mail, answer immediately or toss it. Don't let paperwork accumulate all over the place like some paper blizzard. Have one specific spot or folder for items to be dealt with at another time. 3. Procrastination steals time from your day the way Billy the Kid stole money from banks, brutally and relentlessly. Understand that procrastination is a choice. It's a bad habit, but you have the power to change it. 4. Many of us waste time resisting change. Whether it's preparing a meal in a new way or implementing a new policy at work, change makes us uncomfortable. There is great comfort in the known and predictable, but we will never reach our full productive capability if we don't keep an open mind and remain open to new ideas. Candle makers were resistant to electricity. That didn't work out well, did it? 5. Are you in the habit of seeing the glass as half empty? Negativity doesn't only set the tone for the day, but it can truly determine your life. It's been proven that positive salespeople make more sales. A positive mindset helps people perform at a much higher level. Both negativity and positivity begin with the mind. Whether you realize it or not, your thoughts are within your control. The next time you waste time fretting that the boss will hate your report, stop and change your thinking. A positive attitude would be, I put my best effort into this. It's a good report even if the boss makes some changes. The less you worry, the less time you waste. 6. When you carry the past into the present, you're toting a heavy load. We all have made mistakes. If you continue to dwell on them, you are slowing yourself down. You can't change the past. You can, however, change your reaction. Simply accept that everyone makes mistakes. There is no need to waste time going over the same memory. 7. Distractions are an obvious time killer. Modern technology was meant to save us time. However, checking email, social media, and other favorite sites can add up to hours of wasted time. The best way to stop being controlled by technology and to start being in control of your time is to have a schedule. Have a set time to return phone calls. Check email twice a day and simply turn off any social media functions. Of course, there are other distractions, chatting with coworkers, having the boss reprioritize your work, etc. The best way to handle these is to become aware of who and what is nipping away at your time. Spend a few days accounting for every interruption. Yes, that will be a bit time-consuming, but the effort will be well worth it. Once you have a clear picture of what or who is draining your time, you can be prepared. If coffee room chats are mounting, bring a thermos from home and avoid the area. If the boss keeps cutting into your to-do list, add extra spare time to accommodate his or her interruptions without being thrown off schedule. Let's consider your smartphone. Most of us couldn't imagine life without one, and they can be very useful. They can frequently save us time. If misused, however, they can eat up a considerable portion of our day. Smartphones can be so addictive, some people seem to have been permanently glued to their ear. Without a doubt, when you have encountered the following scene hundreds of times, a busy mother is dragging a toddler through the market while talking on her smartphone. Sure, she is undoubtedly busy, but how is she managing her time? She's trying to do 3 things at once, namely minding the child, shopping for dinner, and chatting on the phone. You may admire her for doing it all, but what exactly is she doing? She's not paying the necessary attention to the toddler. She's shopping while being distracted and will likely forget something. And she's only able to pay partial attention to her phone call and will miss important parts of it. Sadly, this busy woman is not managing her time well. If possible, she should leave the child with a trusted sitter. If that's not feasible, at the very least, she can avoid the distraction of the phone call and pay attention to what she's doing. It's virtually impossible to manage your time well with a cell phone at your ear. Learning to say no enables you to manage your time more effectively. Productive people are usually eager to do things, but you must know where to draw the line. If you agree to every task someone, including the boss, asks you to do, you will become overwhelmed and get less done. Don't be afraid to say, I'm too busy to handle this right now. Don't allow yourself to get bogged down with inconsequential details. An estate planning attorney spent at least 15 minutes before each and every will and trust signing, contemplating whether to provide a blue or black pen. Others can stew over the best color for labels. Ask yourself, does this really matter? Most of us are so used to our own behavior, it's easy to remain unaware of the bad habits that keep us from optimal performance. That's why self-awareness is such a critical time management tool. Awareness is the first step to changing a bad habit into a good, rewarding habit. In this video, we'll learn how to define your goals. Many people enjoy being busy. A day filled with random activity gives it a purpose. They become bogged down with trivia minutiae, losing sight of their priorities and totally mismanaging their productivity. Stop and think about why you begin each task before you start. Have a purpose for everything you do. That ensures that every minute of your day will be well spent. Being busy is not the same as being productive. Define and prioritize your goals. Start by creating a list. Note down everything you need to do to be effective and productive at your job on a daily basis. That includes anything as mundane as filing away reports. One of the things this list will tell you is how much time you spend in crisis management mode, dealing with the problems of others rather than time management mode. While managing a crisis may be necessary at times, this does nothing to advance your own productivity. On a second piece of paper, create a list of long-term goals. If your goal is to head your department within the next 3 to 4 years, what are the steps along the way? This list may include increase profits by 15% by end of the year, meet more people in the industry, meet and interact with more high-level management, develop a productivity strategy with your boss. Don't put limitations on your goals. If you're dreaming of running the whole company someday, write it down. You can always adjust, and it's easier to subtract than to add. Prioritize your list into long-term, president of the company, mid-term, meet high-level management, and short-term, finish a report in 2 days. Now determine any and all actions necessary to reach each goal and move up the next step of the ladder. For example, what sub-steps are necessary to increase profits? A different advertising approach? Change in price schedule? A larger staff? Think about what you enjoy doing and prioritize your likes and dislikes. Go back to Chapter 1 and review your strengths and weaknesses. Are you a numbers whiz? Then that should be your top priority to get the most of your time. Better advertising may be an intricate part of your goal, but perhaps that can be allocated to someone else, freeing up more time for you. Once you have an idea of how much time you need to spend on each step, make sure it falls in line with your priorities. If increasing profits is your top priority, one of your steps may be to meet weekly with each salesperson for a review session. But is that a good allocation of your time, or should you institute written reports? Which way will be more productive? Most executives don't have a clear idea of how they spend their time, which means much of it is probably wasted. Here are some tips for effective goal setting that will help you become more productive. 1. Be sure that your goals are important to you. This may sound obvious, but it needs to be stated. We've already mentioned the need to get to know yourself in order to manage yourself. You may be at a job and have the normal desire to advance, but if there's no passion, you will never be fully or joyfully productive. If you aren't passionate about your goal list, that may indicate you are striving for the wrong goals. That's not a waste of only time, but of your life. 2. Make sure your goals fit into your life. If you have too many goals, you will have difficulty managing the time for all of them. Time management and goals require a deep commitment. If you cannot totally commit yourself to your goals, you need to start over with your list. Ask yourself, why am I devoting time to this activity? What will be the end result? Chances are you won't be heading for the presidency of your company, becoming your local tennis champion, and winning the bake-off at the fair at the same time. As we've stated, time management meant making the right choices for you. 3. Make sure all your goals and the steps to achieve them have a firm deadline. It's okay to readjust and accommodate changing circumstances, but a firm plan will help keep you on track time-wise. Make each day more productive. Having goals is a necessary part of managing your time, but you need to take it to the next level and make sure each day is managed to the best of your ability. Don't wait until you're facing a crisis to begin managing your time. Proper time management is a lifestyle and the result of your daily habits. The most productive day is a day without crisis. Here are some things you can do to get the most out of your 24 hours. Develop a productive morning routine. That means getting up early, enough for a good, healthy breakfast and some exercise. You are preparing yourself and your body for a productive day, so give yourself needed fuel. This might also be a good time to check your inbox instead of throughout the day to see what urgencies await you. Adjust your schedule. You did review your daily schedule the night before, right? Accordingly. 2. If you're unsure of where to start, prioritize your tasks into the most important, top of the list, to the least important, bottom of the list. Getting urgent work out of the way will make routine but necessary chores easier. We have already discussed how multitasking wastes time and reduces productivity, so complete one task at a time. Schedule your breaks. Breaks are not time wasters. They will give you an added boost to get more done. Taking a 5-minute break every 30 to 45 minutes is perfectly reasonable. You gain back the time by being able to focus better. 4. Develop a reward system for having a productive day or a productive week. Studies indicate that 78% of the people would be more productive if they were rewarded. Be your own rewarder. Plan treats, dinner out, time with friends, a movie, contingent on sticking to your schedule. Something as simple as a gooey dessert can be a great motivator. You need to play fair and not indulge in the treat if you didn't produce according to plan. When goals change. Even the best goals can change because ultimately we can change with time. What seemed like a perfect plan 2 years ago may no longer be the best use of our time in the present. The journey of getting to know yourself we discussed in Chapter 1 is ongoing. To maximize your use of time, it should be reviewed each year. Changes are part of growing as individuals and should be welcomed. You should start your career with a plan. Otherwise, you'll be going nowhere very quickly. However, what happens when the plan no longer suits you? For example, many young law school graduates consider it a dream to be beginning work for a large, prestigious firm. Making partner by age 35 seems like a worthy goal. After a few years, reality can hit like a sledgehammer. Most of them wind up working 12 to 16-hour days without ever seeing sunlight for at least 5 years. That's the norm with large companies that work on a 24-hour basis. They are competing with perhaps 25 other people in the same position for that single promotion. Hard work is always necessary, and managing your time is the best way to get things done. But regardless of how productive you are, maybe the end result starts to look a little less attractive. You work 12 hours a day without seeing your family, and you start to wonder if it's worth it. You no longer manage your time, you're simply putting in the time. This is the point where it may become necessary to reassess and readjust your goals. While you still want your career, perhaps such a mega environment is not the place to achieve it. Consider different paths to achieving your goal. Going out on your own and opening your own office may still involve a lot of time, but it's time that you'll be able to manage yourself. You get to decide what's important. This path could also provide you with more family time as your spouse spends some time at your side to help you grow. Don't be afraid to periodically take a good look at where you're going, and if necessary, take a detour that in the final analysis may have more to offer. You can't manage your time and life well unless you really enjoy the return for your efforts. In this video, we'll find out how the environment affects your productivity. Distractions are the modern-day Bonnie and Clyde. They rob of needed time. It's impossible to be productive when you allow yourself to be surrounded by distraction, and yes, it is a choice. While there's little you can do when the boss appears at your office door, we've already discussed scheduling that into your routine, spend a day making a list of the things that eat away at your time, then eliminate them. The head of the gang of thieves is, of course, social media. It can creep up on you before you even realize it. Let's say you've rolled up your sleeves and are preparing to work on that major report. Before you begin, you're going to quickly check your emails. That's when you notice a notification that your friend has posted on Facebook. No harm in quickly taking a look, is there? On Facebook, you chuckle at your friend's post, then notice a few links to some interesting-looking YouTube postings. Well, since you're here anyway, An hour later, your report is still untouched as you click your way through YouTube. This happens to everyone. Social media is addictive. People waste hours every day on mindless clicks. You're being robbed and no guns are involved. Just think of how you could use that extra time in a productive way. You need to be proactive to keep this from happening. Delete social media apps from your phone. If you need those apps for business purposes, at least disable them when you're working. It's a natural response to want to respond to texts and messages immediately. Quick responses even rank high in terms of modern etiquette. It's allegedly rude not to respond as soon as possible. The fact is, Emily Post never had an iPhone. Let's consider it rude for someone to expect you to stop whatever you're doing immediately and focus your valuable time on them. Just a single response can ensnare you into a half-hour conversation. Don't fall into the trap. When working, either turn off your phone or engage airplane mode. Return any message when you are at lunch or on break. Some messages may be work-related and possibly urgent, at least to the sender. Get into the habit of checking your inbox at designated times, perhaps mid-morning and mid-afternoon, but don't let anyone else manage your time. Distractions don't only happen on social media, they appear in person. Coworkers who are eager for a friendly chat or a distraction in their own routine can appear at your desk unannounced. These can turn into long personal chats, from gossiping about a new employee to discussing the weekend's ball games. These coworkers are trying to be friendly, but they are interfering with your agenda. Politely but firmly tell them, "I'm in the middle of something crucial. How about we talk at lunch?" When managing your time, you need to set unapologetic and firm boundaries and remain in control of your action. Many of us feel that the more we do, the more we accomplish. We even brag about our ability to multitask. It's time to take a step back. Our brain isn't geared to concentrate on several things at once. When we try, our attention gets diluted and we end up concentrating half-heartedly on several things without focusing on one in particular. This is anything but efficient. Aim for ultimate management of your time by concentrating on one task at a time. Set a time limit for each task you need to complete and work within that time frame. One step or task at a time will get you to your goal in the best, more efficient way possible. You might not have thought of junk food as time robbers, but processed foods and sugars can deplete you of energy very quickly and make you less productive. Ignore the convenient snack machine in the lunchroom and pack some fruit or other healthy snacks for work. We face distractions everywhere, and few of us make the effort to control them. Once you become master of your own time, you will be less stressed and accomplish more. It's that simple. Learn how to focus. Focus is related to avoiding distractions, but it takes it several steps further. It's easy for our mind to wander, even if we aren't being continuously interrupted. We have a lot to do, and developing a razor-sharp focus for the important tasks isn't always easy. Our brain is like any other muscle in our body. If we don't keep it in shape, it becomes sluggish. It can also go in different directions at once. Have you ever tried to focus on a work project while your mind is ruminating about overdue bills, in-law problems, and where to go for dinner this coming weekend? We've all been there. Our mind can turn into a crowded subway train with no room to act. You feel like you're on a speeding train going nowhere fast. Focus means control of your thoughts and actions. Proper focus is a skill that can be learned and developed. Here are some proven methods to hone your focus, manage your time more efficiently, and become more productive. 1. Meditation calms an out-of-control mind. The best and easiest form of meditation is simply to find a comfortable spot, close your eyes, and focus on your breathing as you slowly inhale and exhale. When your mind starts to wander, and it will, return your focus to your breathing. Meditating is one of the best habits to develop when you are trying to achieve self-control. 15 minutes to half an hour a day is all it takes, and it's time well spent. When you are particularly stressed, you can take a time out and meditate just about anywhere. 2. While the effect of music on our subconscious is still being studied, there is reason to believe that music does affect our brain, especially the unconscious part. The type of music is probably a personal choice, but it shouldn't be too raucous. Music is abstract, and it is thought that the very abstraction helps the mind stay in focus. It engages us on an emotional level so our mind isn't racing like an out-of-control horse when we listen. Instead, it is subconsciously processing information and keeping us focused. Imagine yourself sitting at home when you hear an unexpected noise. Whatever it is, it has your immediate attention, and all your focus is immediately directed to the sound you hear. Music works very much like that. It gathers your attention. You can use music to improve your focus in two ways. The first is to really listen to the exclusion of everything else. The second method is to use earphones and listen to your chosen music while commuting or engage in some other task. Doing so can help rid your mind of needless clutter. 3, if you're worried about time management, you probably have big goals, and big goals can be intimidating. How do you start that book, that company, or that project? It's easy to become so paralyzed you don't even start. That's not being productive. The trick to managing those huge goals is to break each one down into steps or chunks. It means understanding what smaller tasks need to be accomplished for you to attain your ultimate end goal. Writing a book may not seem achievable, but writing 5 pages each day is. Develop a timeline for each step leading to your goal. Running your own business can seem overwhelming. There's so much to do. Start by identifying smaller, more manageable goals. How will you develop and promote your product or your service? What is your financial plan? Create a reasonable, chronological timeline for each step that will move you ahead. With each step, you're moving your timeline forward. Have a specific period of time in mind for each step and work on that step until it's completed. There's a reason for the term climbing the ladder of success. It's the steps that complete the journey. 4, take a break. It may seem contradictory to become more productive by doing less, but our bodies have a finite amount of energy, like a car. We need to refuel. To get more done in the time you have, take the occasional 15-minute break to regenerate the brain cells. Have you ever struggled with a problem just to give up and go to sleep? In the morning, the answer came to you as clear as a bell. Some people believe we find answers in dreams. The fact is, the brain can become overloaded. Rest can clear the haze in your mind and allow you to have full clarity. In this video, we'll learn how to develop your skills. There are skills you need for your particular profession, and there are personal skills that will help you manage your time and productivity for any career or task. The skills you use every day are reading, writing, and speaking. You learned all that in school, and you probably don't even think about how you approach these skills. However, by applying the right techniques, you can make the best use of your time. Reading. Reading's easy, right? It is, but you need to read a specific way if you're managing your time. Start with the purpose of your reading. Are you reading for enjoyment, or are you reading to garner information? You probably have different mediums for different needs. You might have one paper for sports, another for editorials, and a magazine for industry professional information. If that's the case, don't waste time perusing through the rest unless you're looking for more information. While reading, skip over certain words that aren't immediately relevant. You want the gist of what's being said. Read the headings to determine whether the information is pertinent. If not, move on to the next article. Read the beginning and conclusion of any article first. This will tell you whether the midsection is worth reading. Don't waste your time if it isn't. Remember that the first sentence of paragraphs are usually lead-ins and can safely be skipped for the full information that follows. The opposite will apply if you're unsure if the article has any relevant information that you might need. Skim the first sentences for a quick overview first. When reading a long article, make a few notes on pertinent, important points. This will help organize the information in your mind. Does this sound like sloppy information gathering? It isn't. You are trying to determine how much time you should spend on a particular article or book. Once you have a clear idea, you can gather all the information you need and read as much as necessary. This will save you much wasted time as opposed to properly reading every word and then picking out the salient points. For better time management, do it the other way around. Writing.
Writing is another skill you learned in school. Unfortunately, few of us are taught to write clearly and concisely. In addition, the use of emails and texts have largely eroded what little writing skills are left. Before writing your report, stop to think about the information you need to convey. Brainstorm and jot down ideas as they come. This will be the beginning of a roadmap that will tell you where you're going and where you need to go to get there. Starting any report without a clear idea will waste time and effort. After you've jotted down your notes, categorize the information into specific groups. For example, you may wish to categorize a company report into financial information, product information, sales data, departmental responsibility, etc. Now you're ready to begin an outline of your report. Before beginning your outline, consider your audience. What information requires the most persuasion? For example, a group of investors will likely be interested in bottom-line financials. A meeting with new employees might need more product information and company structure data. You're now finally ready to begin writing a clear and concise report. Start with an introduction, move on to the main theme, and wrap it up with a conclusion. Using headings and lead-in sentences can help clarify the information that has been indicated in the reading section. It can also help keep you organized. Try to keep industry jargon at a minimal. Have you ever read a manual only to wonder whether you're reading Latin? Using clear language and short sentences saves everyone time. Take the time to edit and review your work, but don't belabor each word. Such perfectionist tendencies will force you to take twice the time necessary to complete your work. Speaking. When you started speaking, your parents no doubt thought you were a genius. Public speaking is a bit more complicated. Like writing, speaking starts with knowing your audience. Who will be there and what is their purpose? With what information do your listeners hope to walk away? Once you know your audience, it will be much easier to gear your speech toward their interests. A speech is different from writing in that you don't get to edit. Your first try is your only chance. Don't be overly concerned about perfection. It's a real time waster. You should write an outline of the facts you want to hit during your speech. After your introduction, whet your audience's appetite by explaining why your information is relevant to them, how it can help them. Then, give them a few verbal headings by telling them what you will be talking about, as in, here is a problem, here are my thoughts on the problem, and here's how we can solve the problem. Prior to actually giving your talk, have several rehearsals, preferably in front of critical family members. You want to be speaking out loud to help you get the tempo and inflections. No one wants to listen to someone reading a speech, so work from your outline. That's why practicing beforehand is so important. Reading, writing, and public speaking will more than likely become a part of your professional life. When done properly, you can manage your time more efficiently and become more productive. In this video, we'll talk about why the people around you matter. Remember when Mom told you to hang out with the right crowd? She wasn't just trying to be annoying. She knew some serious facts. The people around you can make a huge difference in how productive you are. As a matter of fact, the decision of who we spend time with is so important, it should be included in goal setting. Feel free to do that. It's hard not to take on the habits of those around us, whether those habits are good or bad. For the ultimate productive life, choose the ultimate productive people. That will help you manage both your time and your life. Let's take a look at the people who may rob us of time and productivity. Be aware that this will probably result in your having to make some hard choices. Not everyone currently in your life may be adding to it. 1. Do you know someone who is a complaint marathoner? This person is filled with negativity and will see the glass totally lacking in water every time. According to this person, no one can do anything right. This person can be especially poisonous at the office. Listening to people who complain about how bad the boss and job are will drag you down and interfere with your productivity. It will benefit you to drop them by the wayside. 2. Are many of the people in your circle consistently broke? Unless they are still in school or are starting a career plan at the bottom of a long ladder, they are not likely candidates for productivity and good life management. This is not to say that you need to drop old friends, but you should probably spend less of your valuable time with them. Seek out people who are already productive and learn their secrets. 3. Some people simply drain you of much-needed energy. They appear to be living in constant drama of Shakespearean proportions, and they expect you to be there to offer a kind shoulder. They will drop by unannounced and call at 3 a.m., usually drunk. They expect you to spend your time solving their problems. Anyone can have a crisis. Being there for a friend in need makes you a good person. Being used by a drama queen can trap you into wasting time. Remove yourself from these people for your own sake, even if they are family members. People who can add to your life and productivity. Productive people should be your role model. Collect as many as you can. Make it a habit to get to know people who manage their time successfully. Before we discuss how much productive people can add to your success, let's cover an important point. Every office is a place of competition. Employees want to be noticed by the boss, get a raise, and the best assignments. And in most workplaces, there is invariably one person who qualifies for all of the above. The person who seems to be getting ahead the fastest. It's easy to resent that coworker. It's even easier to badmouth him or her, trying to make him look bad and assume he is simply lucky. It's normal to feel resentment and jealousy towards someone who has what you want. Before you attribute bad qualities to this person, think for a moment. Consider that he or she just might know things about productivity that you don't. If so, this is someone you want as a friend. This does not mean you are using this person, but if you're able to set aside your understandable resentment, you might see that it's hard work and better management skills that is getting this person noticed. This is someone who knows how to manage his or her time and be productive enough to please the boss. If there are coworkers you should be avoiding, this is the coworker you should be befriending and spending time with. Surround yourself with success. When you are with productive people, you will automatically increase your own productivity. There's also a good chance that you will be more productive while working less. Remember, it's all about better time management. Productive people have learned how to be organized. If this is something with which you are struggling, what better way to learn than to observe an organized person in action? Since productive people tend to be more focused, such a person frequently will recognize a problem before it becomes obvious. Fixing a potential problem is a lot less time-consuming than trying to repair a huge office disaster. This saves everyone a lot of time. Find the people in your office who seem to be the most focused, the ones who aren't filling their day with irrelevant tasks. These are the workers that plan ahead and remain in control of their time. Keep an eye out for people who look busy. Frequently, they are the multitaskers. They appear to be busy, but in reality, they waste time and don't get as much done as they should. Sometimes people choose to work with such a person because they think they'll look better in comparison. The opposite is true. That person will slow you down to his or her level. You may not always be able to choose with whom you work, but when you do, opt for the productive person. Then watch how he or she works and learn. Productive people tend to make sure those around them are more organized for their own benefit. In this video, we'll talk about personal time management. Everyone is concerned, and rightfully so, with managing work time, but we all have a personal life. Personal time is a luxury, and the more organized we become, the richer we are. Even when we aren't at work, time is precious. We spend around 8 hours sleeping, 2 to 3 hours on chores, and if we have a family, we spend several hours caring for others. Where do we fit into this 24-hour picture? Is there any time left that just belongs to us? We need our sleep to remain healthy, so that 8 hours is taken. After spending 8 hours at the office or at work, we are left with another 8 hours, which sounds like a lot, but as we've seen, most of that time is spent on chores and obligations. When is there ever time to relax or work on personal goals? A lot of us may consider time management outside the bounds of personal time. After all, managing our time is work. At the same time, however, we want to get the most out of the time we have for ourselves. That means we need to actively control how we spend those precious hours. When we are struggling with a career, it's easy to let our personal life take second place. But with the right balance, you can have both. More importantly, you need both. Having a worthwhile personal life takes the same type of commitment as a career. Get your job done and make it a habit to leave the office on time whenever possible. Sometimes overtime and weekend work are necessary, but most of the time putting in late and off-hour times is a means to be seen and noticed by the boss. What the boss really cares about is the quality of your work. When you manage your workday effectively, you work less and can leave when you have finished. Forget about strutting around the office at 8 o'clock at night in an effort to impress your boss. He or she will be more impressed if the work is done correctly and on time. Make a schedule of your personal time, the way you would schedule your work routine. 1. Determine your priorities. Do you want to jog, take a class, read a book, see a movie? Time doesn't simply arbitrarily happen. You need to make the time for those things that are important to you and add to the quality of your life. 2. Once you have a schedule, think about how to free up that time. Do you need a sitter? Will you have to give up some of your favorite TV shows or social media activities? Sometimes compromise is necessary. 3. Work on your personal schedule before going to sleep, as you would your business schedule. Make a list of personal things you want to accomplish the following day. 4. Running errands is considered one of the greatest personal time thieves. Make it a habit never to run the same errand twice in the same week. When shopping for food, have a list handy that has everything you need for the week. No more forgotten items that require a second trip. Place all of your dry cleaning in one pile to avoid forgetting any important item. 5. Time is money, and sometimes it's worth more than money. Consider hiring someone to run some of the errands, such as a neighborhood teen. Having someone come in once a week to do the heavy chores can free up a weekend and be worth the expense. 6. Don't be afraid to ask for help from family. Provide the kids with a list of chores. Have your spouse pick up items from the store. You have more time for yourself when you forget about the idea that you are responsible for everyone else. 7. Spread out needed chores over a few days. Clean the kitchen on Monday and leave the bathroom for Tuesday. That gives you time to relax, catch a movie, or read a book. Planning ahead can give you the gift of time. How often do you run out of batteries, important cards, wrapping paper, stamps, etc.? These items are difficult to schedule because we don't use them every day. But when we need them, it can absolutely throw us off schedule. Make sure you always have these necessities at hand. Pick them up on your next shopping trip. Store them and simply reach out for them when needed. 9. Make the most out of your time. Don't just jump in the shower. Relax in a hot, scented tub. Remember, people matter. Much of our personal time is spent with people we're used to being around. Be painfully honest with yourself and ask, who is draining you of energy and time? Does your mother call every evening? Do you have a friend with whom you've gone shopping every weekend for years, but this person adds nothing to your life? Does your neighbor feel free to drop in at any time? For more fulfilling personal time, we may need to rid our lives of a few toxic people. Gradually remove these people from your life or limit the time you allocate to them. Making the most of your personal time can mean making difficult choices, but it may be necessary. Reevaluate your personal goals. Much of this video deals with how to manage your time and achieve your career goals. We know that to succeed in a career, we need to establish smaller goals and slowly but surely move up each rung of the career ladder. How often, however, have you thought in terms of moving up in your personal life? It's easy to take our personal routine for granted. You may run and exercise, read, prepare nutritious meals, etc. But why settle for good when your personal life can get even better? 1. Let's say you run several times a week. Establish an even greater personal goal by training for a marathon. Block out a certain amount of time each time to achieve that goal. Taking the time to elevate personal goals can be life-enhancing. 2, if you're already preparing good meals for yourself and your family, go a step further and invest in a gourmet cooking class. The time spent will enhance your enjoyment of food tremendously. Make the time to treat your personal goals seriously. 3, if you read, make your reading material count. Spend your reading time on quality classics that challenge your mind. When we get lost in the desire for a successful career, it's easy to lose sight of becoming a better, more effective person. Take the time to expand your personal goals for more enjoyable personal life. In this video, we'll learn the secrets to managing people around you. Congratulations, you're the boss. It's an important career step, but the reality is you are now responsible not only for managing your own time, but that of those people reporting to you. Regardless of how well you do your job, if your team isn't supportive, you are wasting time and manpower. It's not surprising that studies have found that the most important thing to employees is job satisfaction. They need to know what they do matters. If they feel unappreciated, they will not work at their full potential, which means they are wasting both your and their own time. Employees who are satisfied with their jobs will remain loyal, which means there will be less turnover and less wasted time spent training replacements. Retaining talented workers is one of the best ways to manage your own time. It is the satisfied employees who will go the extra mile in getting work done on time and solving problems, thus freeing you up to do your own tasks. They are also the least likely to be negative complainers. As we have discussed, negativity sucks needed time out of the workplace. Office politics. As the boss, you need to stem politics at the office. This means avoid having favorites and creating jealousy among the ranks. Be alert to staff members who continuously feel the need to feed you negative information about others, such as, the report would have gotten done on time if Mary hadn't been late. The problem here is probably less Mary and more the person who is bad-mouthing her. When you remain aware of employees trying to undercut each other, you can more easily put an end to the problem. Not all employees are created equal. Hopefully, each employee will have his or her own strengths and weaknesses. When handing out assignments, giving the right job to the right person can save a lot of time. If you aren't sure of your people's area of expertise, either make it a point of asking during the job interview or during private meetings. You want your staff to remain motivated. Employees who are able to fully utilize their talents work in a more time-effective way than those who are struggling with the task at hand. Be aware of the workload. People should work hard, but it's counterproductive to overburden them. This is especially true if a select few, perhaps your better workers, get the lion's share of work while the rest are allowed to work at an easier pace. Assignments should be distributed equally. If someone has problems handling the task, they need to know that they can come to you for help and clarification. This will keep them from procrastinating and doing something poorly at the last minute or making excuses for not doing the job at all. Create a positive environment. Your office is a workplace and should be professional, but a congenial atmosphere helps people be more productive. It also creates a more open environment for better communication. For example, a Friday pizza delivery lunch for everyone in the conference room can help people relax. You may find out who's having problems outside the office, a sick spouse or child. Make things easier for him or her by not expecting too much overtime at such a point in time. Such an informal staff get-together also makes it easier for people to mention problems, if only in a joking way. Create new challenges. People can easily get bored with the same routine and simply lose interest. That translates into getting less done and more wasted time. Provide new challenges and opportunities for people to grow. An excellent way to open up the ideas for new opportunities is to use the informal Friday lunch get-together. Toss out the question, anyone have any bright idea of how we can improve things around here? You might be surprised at the responses. Compensate your employees. Employees who are poorly paid will not work at their full potential, thus wasting the company's time and resources. While there is a need for fair financial compensation, there are other ways to keep employees satisfied. Give credit where it's due and watch that person become twice as productive. If you're unable to manage a bonus, a half day off once a month is another way to reward your staff for excellent productivity. Think about it. Why would someone work to their full capacity if they have no incentive? Find out how employees spend their time. Even your most diligent workers may be inadvertently wasting their time without being aware they are doing so. Have your employees track their time for 2 weeks and review their schedule. They may be spending too much time on the wrong task. Don't be afraid to delegate. If you feel you need to micromanage everything, you are not being productive. Much of your valuable time will be spent looking over people's shoulders and performing tasks that someone else could and should be doing. This is very bad time management. If you have surrounded yourself with loyal employees, it's smart to use them. Many managers feel that no one can do certain jobs as well as they can. That is limited thinking. If you offer your staff new challenges and train them correctly, it can free up a large chunk of your time that can be put to better use. Effective time management means knowing when to let go. Start delegating small tasks. As you become more comfortable, increase the responsibility. If you've been following the advice in this chapter, you should be more aware of your staff's strengths. Use that to your advantage and assign new tasks that fall within the range of their capability. Provide clear directions and let them do the work. Trust them to do the job, but do periodically check in and confirm their progress. Communicate your expectations. We've discussed delegating work to your staff, but be sure you communicate your expectations clearly. I need a financial report on XYZ company that is far too vague to be effective, and you will likely find yourself disappointed. When assigning a task, be very clear on what you need and when you need it. Confirm that the person is able to handle the task in the time frame provided. Then, ask to be notified a day ahead of time in the event there are any problems. This should ensure that you will be provided with the necessary information when you expect it. In this video, we'll discover the easy tricks to greater time management. We hope this video course has been helpful to you in managing your time. However, there is still more. There are little tricks that you can use every day to get more done in your allotted time than you've ever imagined. 1. Everyone has the experience of losing papers and spending hours trying to hunt them down. To avoid this, use a folder with a clasp and use a hole puncher for all your notes. Secure them in the folder where you will always have easy access. Don't leave loose pages laying around. How often has important data mistakenly ended up in the trash? 2. While we're on the subject of notes, if you must go to meetings, most of them are a tremendous time waster, at least take diligent notes. That means you won't forget details and can easily ask questions later if needed. 3. Many people pride themselves on a messy desk as a sign of high productivity. Actually, looking for files and other information wastes a lot of time. Instead, get a small portable file cabinet and place files in there after each use. They will still be at hand, but they won't create needless clutter. 4. If you're in business, the chances are you collect business cards. These cards usually end up in some dark void where you cannot locate them when needed, especially if it's months down the road. Either save business cards in a type of scrapbook or, better, invest in a business card scanner. That way, the information will always be available without your wasting your time looking for it. 5. Consider an alternative to driving to work. Commuting takes time, sometimes an hour each way. A time-saving option would be carpooling or a train. You can discuss business in a carpool, or at least get the daily chat out of the way. Taking a train will allow you to read and make notes and get ahead of your daily schedule. 6. We've advised checking voicemail and email only during scheduled times each day, but we'll make an exception for the following very useful trick. If you are out and discussing business with someone, don't jot names and phone numbers and other vital data on pieces of paper. Call the information into your own voicemail and retrieve the data at a more convenient time. You'll never need to worry about scrambling for names and phone numbers again. 7. When making appointments, always, without fail, read back the time and place of the meeting. That's Monday the 5th at 10 a.m. at your offices on 123 Main Street, correct? You will want to be punctual and at the right place at the right time. If necessary, get directions, as in your building is across the street from the shopping mall, right? No need to waste time in searching for an address. 8. Many people who travel on business absolutely hate doing expense reports. They are a necessary hassle, however. The next time you're on a plane, organize your expenses, receipts, etc., while returning home instead of wasting time on an in-flight movie. 9. Program frequently called numbers into your speed dial. That saves you time from repeatedly having to punch in the same number. Do it once and you're done. 10. Improve your time management by asking the boss for feedback. Most bosses are busy themselves and don't usually offer a great deal of feedback. However, it's worth a try, and your boss will appreciate your desire to improve. Ask, do you think I could have done the Smith job a better way? Could I have handled it more productively? The answer will be helpful the next time you're assigned to a task, so don't hesitate to ask the question. 11. If you must have meetings, breakfast meetings are time efficient. It ensures you get a good meal and a good head start on the day. People are usually freshest and at their best in the morning. If you can't go to a restaurant, set up bagels and coffee in the conference room. 12. Avoid scheduling meetings toward the end of the day when people are tired and itching to get home. You won't have their full attention and may waste time by having to field phone calls the following day to clarify certain points. 13. This may sound like a minor point, but anyone who has ever spilled a cup of coffee over the keyboard or an important report minutes before a meeting knows the panic that can ensue. Work is lost and needs to be redone. If a client is waiting, you may be facing a disaster. Invest in a spill-proof container and use it. 14. A messy computer can waste as much time as a messy desk. Archive old files or save them onto the cloud. You should do a spring cleaning of old files at least once a year to remain organized and productive. Using time management apps. Below are some time management apps that you might find useful. While technology can sometimes be a time robber, these apps are an excellent way to stay on top of your task, a type of electronic nagger. 1. Focus Booster. This app, available for $2.99 per month, helps divide your work into timed session. Set the alarm for half an hour and focus that time entirely on the task at hand. When the alarm sounds, take a 5-minute break. You can track your sessions and determine how much time was spent. 2. SaneBox. Your email inbox can be your best friend or your worst enemy. For $7 a month, SaneBox sorts your email into folders and separates the important ones from the rest. It also provides a daily summary for your review. 3. 30/30. This is another app, a free one, that lets you divide your task into specific periods requiring your full concentration. Then it lets you take a break. Then you can return for another session. 4. Trello is a virtual to-do list that's broken down into sections which shift into active, in progress, and finished as you work on a task. An excellent way for the entire team to keep track of any assignment. The cost is $12.50 annually. 5. Wunderlist is an app that creates to-do lists for your team with reminders and completion dates. It costs $4.99 per month. 6. Todoist is a to-do list app that allows you to schedule and prioritize your tasks along with dates of completion. Since there are never enough hours in a day, the better you manage yours, the more time you will have. It takes clear goals and good habits to make the most of your available time. With everything going on around us, wasting time is easy, but with a little bit of effort, you can manage your time like a pro. Review the action steps listed below. Know what you really want. It may seem obvious, but frequently there can be a large gap between what we actually want and what we think we want. Spend time introspecting about your ultimate goals. It will be time well spent. Create goals. That means lifetime goals, 5-year goals, yearly goals, monthly, weekly, and daily goals. Each goal should have the necessary steps to achieve it. The fact is, without clear goals, you will waste a great deal of time. At the same time, remain flexible to making changes when circumstances call for adjustments. Review your working environment. Is it geared to saving you time or wasting it? Make whatever changes you can to optimize your working day. We can always improve our professional skills to maximize productivity. Those who are already where we would like to be are frequently the best teachers. The people you associate with on a daily basis will have a large impact on how you manage your time. Choose wisely and in your best interest. In some instances, you may need to choose selfishly. If you're managing other people, you are managing their time as well as your own. Don't micromanage, but know how your staff is spending their working hours. This video has dealt primarily with managing your business time. However, you have a personal life as well, and you want to get the most out of it. You are more productive when you manage your working hours, and the same is true for the rest of your time. You may never have considered managing your personal time, but you have much to gain by doing so. The techniques are much the same. You start with your long-term, mid-term, and short-term goals. These could be a second house, a car, new furniture, or picking up groceries for the evening. Let's say you want to buy a house. What are the steps necessary that will allow you to do that? First, you need a budget. What items in your life can you eliminate to meet that budget? Are you able to forego weekly dinners out in order to put more money aside? Then you need to decide what type of house and in what neighborhood. Consider commuting, schools, and other interests. Outlining these steps will help you achieve your goal quicker than you may have thought possible. The same is true for short-term goals. If you go to the market without a clear idea of what you will be buying, you'll be wasting a great deal of time. More than likely, you will also not arrive home with the needed items, which may mean a return trip. This is wasting a good part of your day. Start with a list instead. Know what you want and focus on your shopping. That means no cell phones. By being prepared and focusing on the task at hand, which is picking up things for dinner, you will be done faster and more efficiently. Managing your personal time allows you to spend more time with family and friends, and that is the ultimate goal of a successful personal life, isn't it? It lets you define your purpose and enjoy the rewards you deserve. If you enjoy hobbies and other forms of entertainment, you will have more time if you plan ahead and actually set a schedule, creating the time you need. Many of us go through our personal life hoping haphazardly to fit in some gym time or personal reading time without planning ahead. Invariably, something comes up to ruin our day. With the schedule, you can be better prepared to handle all your personal tasks and still indulge in some luxury time. Managing your time for greater productivity takes a little effort, but it can bring tremendous rewards. We hope this video will set you on the right path.
There's so much to do these days, but there seems to be so little time to do it in. And this is a modern phenomena, and it affects everyone sooner or later. Now, why does modern life sap so much of our time? After all, didn't people work harder years ago? Well, yes and no. In the past, people had more physically demanding jobs for sure, but they worked fixed hours, had less demanding ways of getting there, and when work was over, it was over. There was no way that the boss or clients could reach them at home except by mail, which took some time, or by telegram, which was very expensive. Plus, of course, people tended to live in close communities with friends and family nearby. Leisure time and hobbies were physical and took place at designated times and places. Now, of course, things are very different in our modern world. Nowadays, most people work in sprawling offices, often on flexible contracts and variable hours. Getting there is a stressful hassle, generally by car or outdated, overcrowded public transport. Many of us live in sprawling suburbs far away from friends and family. Lots of us work from home, so when you're at home, you're always at work, and when you're at work, you're always at home. Your boss or clients are only a phone call or an email away, and we're reachable 24/7. Leisure time is as and when you can snatch it, and it's often spent playing video games or watching TV. There's no designated times for anything, so everything gets blurred. And of course, another big problem with our modern lives is that other people set the agenda for us. Now, at work, of course, that's likely to be your boss, or if you run your own business, that's going to be your clients. Also, co-workers or colleagues can also have you at their beck and call, getting you to do things for them and that sort of thing. And of course, if you travel as part of your business, and that means taking things like trains or aeroplanes, then of course you have to fit your work around the timetable as to when the plane or the train is going. So you do have to work around that. So you don't have any say over when you can travel in that respect. And at home, well, there's all sorts of demands and all sorts of people who set the agenda. Your family do, your spouse, of course, or your parents. If you're young and you still live at home, your parents probably still set the agenda just like they did when you were a teenager. Or perhaps you're older and your parents are elderly and there's health issues and other issues that involve them that you've got to deal with as well. And then, of course, if you've got kids, then, of course, their demands are there. You've got to look after them. You've got to bring them up. You've got to take them to school. You've got to take them to all these other things that they do after school, hobbies, clubs, that sort of thing. So that can be very demanding and can take up lots of your time. And then, of course, there's all the jobs that need doing around the house. You've got to do the housework, the vacuuming and the washing and the laundry and all the other sort of stuff. And if you live in a house with a garden, then you've got to mow the lawn and you've got to weed the flower beds, and eventually it'll need painting and all this all sort of stuff. So all the time you find that your time is being spoken for. And because there are so many demands on your time, this tends to lead to a poor work-life balance, especially if there's more demands of your work time than there is on your lifetime. And there never seems to be enough time to get everything done. And because of this, your work suffers because you can't do all the work, and your home life suffers, and that can lead to things like poor health, marriage breakdowns, etc., 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 because it's all really stressful. And this often leads to feelings of being overwhelmed. It feels like you never have anything accomplished. And you often don't do anything at all in response to being proactive in your work or in finishing tasks. So, nothing ever gets accomplished because nothing ever gets done, because you just feel completely overwhelmed, weighted down by all this stuff that you've got to do, and there's so little time to do it in. And this overwhelming feeling can also lead to anxiety and the propensity to make big, expensive mistakes. It's commonly known that when you're tired or when you're overwhelmed, the capacity and possibility of making mistakes increases. And of course, this adds even more to the feeling of being overwhelmed and feeling underaccomplished. And of course, this is cyclic and can cause a negative spiral effect in both business and in life, because one thing doesn't get done, it causes another thing not to get done, and the process can continue over and over and over and over and can cause even more problems. Well, it's time to break the cycle. Because when you manage your time effectively, you get more done, you have more time off, and you generally live a more fulfilled life. Managing time effectively is perhaps the number one goal of most people on the quest for success. This is particularly important if you're an entrepreneur. Without having effective time management, your business will suffer despairingly. Let's look at some of the reasons why you should manage your time more effectively and some of the benefits of doing so. Making creative use of their time is the goal of most entrepreneurs, especially those who work at home, who want to be successful in their business. Effective time management will allow you to accomplish more with less time, have satisfied customers, and have a thriving business. All the different things that people want when they start their own firm. And you know what they say, time is money. And this is particularly important if you run a service business or you have an online business. If you run a service business, then people are actually paying you for your time. You're renting yourself out or you're renting your business out by the hour to somebody who is going to pay you to accomplish a task. And of course, if you have an online business, in addition to perhaps offering an online service, you may also have other deadlines that you've got to approach, like updating your blog or having a product launch on a regular basis, that sort of thing. So there's this constant time pressure. And of course, how successful you are or how unsuccessful you are with doing all this often comes down to how good you are at time management. Effective time management takes a set range of skills, techniques, and tools to accomplish specific tasks, projects, and goals. Now, without the strategic use of time, then you're essentially wasting time and you're not able to complete important business goals. And it's very important to effectively manage time in business for a number of reasons. First of all, it means that you can complete your projects in a timely fashion. And if you're able to be effective in completing projects, then you can take on more work, you can hire more employees, and you can better satisfy workloads by efficiently meeting deadlines. And you'll be able to produce better quality work. More quality work results when there's more time and more attention to detail that's given to the work. And quality work can only be the result of careful attention and thoroughness to detail. Also, you can secure more work because you're able to meet the deadlines. As an entrepreneur, meeting deadlines for your client is like guaranteed work. Just about everything in business these days is time sensitive. So when you're able to meet deadlines, you show that you are responsible and committed to the task at hand. Your client doesn't have to worry as to whether or not he's going to get the product or she's going to get the service on time. They know that when they give the job to you, you're going to be able to deliver. And that means that you're a reliable person or your business is a reliable business. And that is worth its weight in gold, really, when it comes to building up client confidence. And of course, there's ROI. There's a substantial return on investment with attention to detail in business when the entrepreneur can effectively manage his or her time. If you can get more done in the course of a day, then you can decrease the amount of time to get the job done, but you're still able to make the same, if not more, money. And the return on investment, in other words, planning time, which is what you're investing, well, it's phenomenal. And finally, there's satisfaction. There's an overall feeling of satisfaction and accomplishment when you finish a task. And the feeling of completion acts as a motivator and gives you the creative spark that you need to either approach a new client or to stir up more business with old clients. And of course, if your client is satisfied with the job that you're doing for them or with the product that you're providing, chances are they're going to come back, and so you're going to get more business, more repeat business, which of course is business that you don't actually have to go out and pay money to bring in. So it is a very good return on your investment, like we were saying in the last slide. Now, these factors are usually motivators for entrepreneurs to manage their time well and to find creative ways to work more efficiently. It's usually the small details of running a business, like managing time, that help an entrepreneur make good on his or her business affairs. However, things don't always go smoothly when you're an entrepreneur, especially if you're one who tries to get too many things done at the same time. Now, when you're responsible for every phase of your business, there is always the potential for failure or defeat due to lack of planning or organizing. You know the old saying, fail to plan, plan to fail. So if you are one of these people who likes to just wing it, then you're setting yourself up for a whole heap of trouble further down the line, because when things go wrong, if you haven't got a plan, if you haven't managed your time properly, then you're going to feel overwhelmed. So that can be a big problem, and this is where a lot of small business people and entrepreneurs get it very wrong. So what happens when time management doesn't work well or produce the desired results? Are all entrepreneurs challenged on the issue of time management? Now, there are times, of course, when you'll find that your systems and processes aren't working. And no matter what you do, you cannot stay focused and complete the tasks or goals that you've set. And you may find that you're essentially managing your time poorly and are not able to achieve your goals. When that happens, you need to reassess your goals and priorities. Sometimes you have to plan your plan. So even though you should manage your time and manage your time well, you do need to keep things flexible and don't be too rigid. Sometimes you just got to roll with the punches. But when you know what you have to do, how long each task is going to take, and what's important and what can wait, well, then you should be fine. And this doesn't just apply to business affairs. Effective time management enables you to achieve a good work-life balance too, which perhaps is the best benefit of all. In this video, I want to talk about maximizing the hours in your day. Now, I know that sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? After all, as everybody knows, there are 60 minutes in an hour and 24 hours in a day. In fact, the only way to make a day longer is to travel westwards in a supersonic aircraft. Sadly, though, Concorde got taken out of service years ago. So seeing as you can't physically make the day longer, you can't actually get more than 24 hours in a day. The only way to actually maximize the hours in your day is to actually use that time more efficiently. And a good way to do this is to maintain balance. Because having a good, healthy work-life balance is absolutely essential for your success. Without complete balance, you run the risk of one or more facets of your business failing, because you're devoting more time to one thing than you are to another. And also, it can affect you physically as well. You can develop health problems. For example, you could have a heart attack through all the stress, or you could suffer burnout where you just really don't want to do anything and you have no motivation at all and you end up wasting more time. Now, there are lots of different things that you need to keep in balance. First of all, you need to balance your work or professional life, your family life, your financial life, your intellectual life, your social life, and your spiritual life. Finding balance in each of these areas will help tremendously in managing your time, as they keep you fulfilled and committed. Now, although you won't spend equal amounts of time in each area or time every day in each area, it's important to establish some sort of system so that you can give each area some attention. And eventually, if you spend sufficient quantity and quality of time in each area, your life will be balanced. But if you ignore any one of those areas, you'll get out of balance and potentially sabotage your success. Something else that you must do is learn how to prioritize. And this is something that a lot of people, especially a lot of first-time entrepreneurs, get wrong. They just don't realize why some things should have higher priorities than others. But of course, you can't give equal priority to everything. Some things are by nature more important than others. You naturally know this, but especially when it comes to business, this knowledge gets suppressed. For example, if your house was on fire, you would give the priority to getting the fire put out. You wouldn't spend time answering emails or talking on your phone, unless it was a phone call from the fire brigade or the fire department to say that they were on their way to put the fire out. So you know instinctively that some things are more important than others. Yet the only trouble is, when people start their own businesses, or quite often when they go to work in a position where they have to make the decisions, all that goes out the window and they find that everything should be given priority, or they try to give everything priority. And that is a big problem, because then you end up wasting a lot of time. So what you need to do is to rate tasks on a scale of 1 to 10. So anything that is number 1 must be done, come what may. And then you work all the way down to number 10, which is if it gets done, it gets done. And if it doesn't, well, no big deal. Then you want to rank what needs to be done in order of importance, and make sure that priority tasks get completed before other tasks. So you simply work your way down the scale. Now, one way to help decide what is most important is to keep a log or a journal of everything that you do during your day. And it doesn't have to be particularly fancy. It can be just a notebook and a pen, and you just simply write down what you do during the course of the day. So you can keep track of everything that you're doing throughout your working day, and indeed throughout your day in general. Because a daily work log helps significantly, because sometimes you don't really realize exactly what you do throughout the day. You do things on autopilot and through force of habit and that sort of thing, so you don't really know. But by writing it all down and keeping a log, then you'll know exactly what you've done and how long you took to do it. So do this every day. Do it for a couple of weeks to start off with, just to make sure that every day you've got a good idea of the sort of routine that you do throughout the day. Then take the time each night to take control of the next day's events and plan them as much as possible. And you want to plan your work each day with this in mind. So you do all that, and then you write down a to-do list with all of the tasks ranked in order of importance. Now, without a daily plan, you can easily get distracted and spend your precious work time on issues that are of no consequence. So you can know what needs to be done and what you don't need to do. And the only way that you can really determine that is by writing it all down and making a plan and sticking to it. Something else that you want to do, especially in business, is control meetings. Now, a meeting is when 2 or more people get together to exchange common information. And you can do that in person, and that's probably the most common type of meeting, especially in business. You can do it by telephone. And of course, these days you could hold a web conference. You can each have a webcam, and it's almost like being there. It's a virtual meeting, really. And sometimes you can do this via Skype. You can have a Skype conference call where people in different places and sometimes in different countries can all meet via webcam and can hold the meeting there without actually having to physically travel to one particular location or another. You can spend too much time in meetings, though, especially board meetings or committee meetings. You know what they say, a board meeting keeps minutes but takes hours. So you do need to make sure that meetings don't drag on, and meeting times must be managed properly in order to be effective. So before a meeting, ask, is it necessary? And am I necessary? Now, if the answers to either are no, consider either not having the meeting at all or excusing yourself from attending, because obviously your time can be better spent elsewhere. Then what you need to do, if you do have to attend, is to prepare a written agenda for the meeting with times assigned for each item, along with the starting time and an ending time. And you want to circulate the written agenda among those who will be attending so that you've got the agenda and people will know in advance what is to be discussed. So you can keep the meeting on track and you can make sure that it doesn't veer off and people don't just start discussing this, that, and the other. So you want to make sure that the meeting is therefore quite focused. And when that happens, it's less likely to overrun. Now, of course, it's ultimately up to you to make the most of your time and to maximize it for optimal results. There's very little time in the course of a day. Therefore, it's advantageous to find what works, work it diligently, tweak it when necessary, and continue to evolve your business and your life in a positive direction. In this video, I'm going to explain why you must set an agenda. And an agenda is a bit like a roadmap for your time. You're going to know exactly where you're going to be going and what you're going to be doing, and so you'll know when you've reached your destination and you have accomplished your task. Because, of course, if you don't know what you're going to do, how will you know when you've done it? How will you know what else you've got to do? And how are you going to fit it all in? And this is where a to-do list becomes very important. And this is basically just a list of things that you need to do. That's how it is at its most basic. Now, when you're putting together a to-do list, you don't need to have anything too fancy. You can just have a piece of paper, you write to do, and then you write down the jobs that you need to do or the tasks that you need to do. And it's a good idea to write them down in order of importance so that you know that the most important task will get done because you're going to do that first. Something else that you can also do is to keep a work log or a journal where you write down what you've been doing during the day and how long it's taken you to do each task. And this can come in very handy because this can help you plan your time effectively, because you won't have the need to give equal weight or equal time to everything. Now, I suppose it's human nature, really, but there used to be a poster somewhere called Murphy's Law, and it says everything takes longer than you think. So when you write down how long it takes you to do a task, then you have a good idea how long it's going to take you to do the same thing again and again and again and again. And you can plan then exactly how many things that you can get into the course of your day, because you'll know what you have to do and you'll have an idea as to how long it's going to take to do it. And of course, once you've got your to-do list, and once you've got your journal and your log, so you know how long tasks take, you can turn that list into a plan. So you can plan out your day, so you'll know exactly how many things you can accomplish during the course of a day, because you'll have your to-do list, you'll have your list of priorities, you'll have an idea as to how long each task is going to take. And then you can plan your week, your month, and your year as well, so that you can get your life, and your business life in particular, very well organized. You don't want to be too hidebound with this. You want to leave a bit of flexibility for things that crop up. But as long as you have an outline to follow, you'll find that you make much better use of your time. Now, when it comes to putting together your plan, there are two things that you can use. You can use computer software on your smartphone, tablet, or PC. Or if you're old school like me, you can use a wall planner. If you want to use software, then there's a few good sites you can choose from. The first one is Wrike, which you can find out more about at wrike.com. And as it says here, it says go beyond traditional task and project management. This is a paid-for solution, but there is a free trial at the time that I'm making this video. Another option is Trello, and Trello is a bit like Pinterest, if you're familiar with that software, and it's a collaborative version of Pinterest, basically, and you can sign up for free at Trello.com. Then there's Basecamp. Basecamp is great if you're working with other people. So if you have other people that you need to collaborate with, then Basecamp is a good way to basically get the word out to different people and to coordinate different people's activities. Again, it's a paid-for solution, but there is a free trial offer at the time that I'm making this video. Then there's Google Drive, which you can find out more about at google.com/drive. And it's very similar to Basecamp. It has slightly different features, but the basic principle is the same. And you can sign up for free using your Google login. If you're old school like me and you like to have a wall planner, you can generally pick them up from most stationery stores. Two versions that you can get. You can either get a year at a time planner, or you can get a perpetual planner. The perpetual ones are probably the best one to go for. It is more expensive, but then you can use it year after year after year. And of course, once 1 year is ended, you can go around and start from the beginning again. This one from Amazon is quite a good example, although quite why they haven't updated the demonstration picture since 2013, I don't know. But they are quite good things to have, and especially if you have an office where people work all the time and you can have it up on the wall, and then everybody can stop by and look and see what's going on and when different projects are happening and when meetings are happening and that sort of thing. And they certainly are a very good thing to have. In this video, I want to give you a basic overview of delegation because it's something that a lot of people have trouble with, especially if they're new to management or new to running their own business. If you've always been an employee, if you always had people telling you what to do, then actually putting yourself in a position where you have to tell other people what to do can be problematic. So I want to cover that in this video. Now, too often, people think that they have to do everything. They have to do everything at home. They've got to do all the cooking, they've got to do all the cleaning, they've got to look after the kids, they've got to take them to school, bring them home, etc., etc. And they think they've got to do everything at work or in their business. So they've got to develop their own products, they've got to provide the services, they've got to deal with the clients, they've got to handle all the administrative tasks like answering correspondence or doing the books and so on. But you have to bear in mind, there are only 24 hours in a day. So accept that you can't do everything. It's just not physically possible. And cutting down your workload means that you have more time to devote to each task. You don't do as much, but you've got more time to do it in, which means that you can get a better quality result. Okay, so ask yourself, am I the only person who can do this? Does this have to be done 100% by me? Am I the best or most qualified person to do this? Now, if the answer is yes, then you have to make sure that you have sufficient time to do it. If the answer is no to any of those questions, then the task should be delegated. Now, there are two types of delegation. The most common one, the one that most people think of when you hear the word delegate, is to people, to get somebody else to actually do the job for you. But you can also delegate to processes. Now, when it comes to delegating to people, you can delegate to employees or to subordinates. Now, I'll talk more about this in a moment. Or you can outsource by the task or by the job. Now, outsourcing is a fairly recent phenomenon, but basically what it means is that you hire somebody by the job or by the hour to perform a task for you in return for a fee. And it's like having a temporary member of staff, but quite often you can outsource to people who are in other countries, so they're working while you're asleep. And in most countries, you just simply pay the fee. You don't have to get involved with things like payroll taxes or pension contributions or that sort of thing. So you don't have a lot of the red tape that goes with hiring a full-time or part-time member of staff. Now, that's in most countries. In some countries you do, but it does vary. Some good outsourcing sites to look on are Upwork, which you can find at upwork.com. This used to be called Elance, which you may have heard of under that name. Then there's freelancer.com, and similar to Elance, you simply hire people by the job. If you have a small job to do, or it's just a one-off, then you might look at Fiverr, which is fiverr.com, Fiverr with 2 R's. And what this site does is you have lots of people who sell their services for $5 or multiples of $5, $5 US. And so if you just have a simple one-off job, like you need a logo or something like that, then Fiverr is a good place to look at. Now, one thing that you might want to do as you get more and more business, as your business grows, is to actually hire people to work for you on the payroll, either full or part-time. And when you do this, you can actually start to build a team that you can work with over and over again, because while outsourcing has a lot of advantages, it does have some disadvantages too, insofar as you might not need to hire this person on a regular basis, but they might not want to work for you on a regular basis either. They might not be available, they might have other clients, and so on. So having your own team, having people who work exclusively for you is always a good idea. And when you do that, then you're leveraging their time and their expertise to help build your business. And you don't have to build the team right away. You can build it up slowly, hiring people as and when you need it. So let's say, for example, if you look at this picture here, let's say you're the boss. The first person you want to hire will probably be an assistant to help you do stuff that you don't have time to do. Maybe he or she has some skills that you don't have, and you can incorporate those into your business, and you just want someone to basically share the workload. Then, of course, you want to start hiring other people to do other tasks to free up time for you. So you'd want to perhaps get someone to handle the accounts. You might want to get somebody else to liaise with customers so that you don't have to. You might want to get someone else in to help the product development and help, so you can come up with the idea for the product, you can come up with the vision, and then you hand that over to somebody else to actually make it happen. So you can, as I once heard it described, be working on your business while your team are working in your business. Now, apologies to any ladies watching this video who might think I was being very stereotypical in that last slide by having the boss as a man and all the assistants as women. But unfortunately, that was the best picture I could find that could illustrate the point. I am fully aware that lots of women run businesses and have men as their assistants. It's just the way that it turned out. Now, of course, it doesn't have to be in your business life that you can hire people to work for you. For example, you can hire a nanny to look after your children. You can get someone to pick them up from school and that sort of thing, or to look after them during the day while you're at work. And of course, you can also hire someone to do your cleaning or to mow your lawn and that sort of thing. So that frees up more time for you to concentrate on the things that really matter. Now, a few pointers when it comes to delegating to people. First of all, be sure to set a realistic and reachable deadline for any delegated work that you distribute. And this is particularly important if you're outsourcing or one of those outsourcing sites that I showed you earlier on. You want to make sure that the person that you are going to be outsourcing to has the time to do a good job for you. You also want to make sure that the delegation is fair and balanced and that it's workable for the person to whom that you've delegated the task. You should always be specific about what you want done when you delegate work, so as to avoid any confusion and to make sure that you achieve the desired results. So you want to give quite specific instructions as to what you want, so that people are under no illusion, there's no misunderstanding. It's always best to get this sort of stuff straight at the beginning, because it avoids any misunderstandings later on. And when you're delegating, you should be very clear about the purpose of the work that you're delegating and what kind of results you expect. You should beware of delegating without instructions, as it can cause chaos, confusion, and poor work quality. If people don't know what you want, how can they give it to you? And if you lack the time to give the person complete and explicit instructions, then you may want to give the work to a person who can manage it with little interaction from you. So someone who's got a lot of experience, someone you've worked with before perhaps. And this will keep you from micromanaging and will free you up to be more productive. Something else that you should do is always allow the person to whom you delegated to be creative in their work. Simply look for and expect quality results without dictating step by step on how the project is to be run. Because when you do that, this negates the whole purpose of delegating, and it can also cause undue stress. Or to put it simply, find the right person to do the job, satisfy yourself that they're up to the job, and then leave them alone to get on with it. And that's the best way of doing it. One thing that you should do, though, is to devise a system to report back to you, and this can either be online or via a third party, to receive feedback. And this keeps you from being constantly interrupted during the day. Now, delegating to people isn't the only way to delegate. As I was saying earlier on, you can delegate to processes. Now, the sort of processes that I'm talking about are things like autoresponders to handle sending emails. So if you have a newsletter or some other type of correspondence that goes out, you can use an autoresponder to send it out automatically at a certain time or on a certain day. And that means that you're not constantly having to email them from your desktop. There's accounting software. That's a good process to delegate to, especially if your business hasn't reached the point where you can hire someone to do the books. So you don't have to write everything down, and you don't have to have all the columns and ledgers and so on. You can just simply enter in the information, and the software will collate it and do things like format your tax return and that sort of thing. You can also delegate to WordPress and WordPress plugins. WordPress is come a long way since its early days, when it was a rather clunky blogging platform. Whereas now you can get all sorts of themes for WordPress, so you can do a really nice looking website without having to hire a web designer or to design it yourself. You can get plugins, all sorts of different plugins. You can get shopping cart plugins and all sorts of things to turn your WordPress site into a fully functioning website at very little expense, and without you having to actually do all the coding yourself. And of course, you can delegate to voicemail to answer your calls. Now, when you're going to delegate to a process, there are a few pointers that you need to bear in mind. First of all, make sure whatever system you choose is fit for purpose, and get one that will grow with your business. It's hard to make changes later if you're tied into a particular system. But of course, once you've started delegating, you'll find that it does become quite contagious. The amount of delegating you do is going to be up to you. It's up to what you're comfortable with, and of course, how much you can afford. In this video, I want to talk about how you can go about getting time back if you're an employee. Now, when you're an employee, of course, getting time back is difficult because during the working day, your time is not your own. Other people set your working hours and specify what you will do in that time, and these are for their convenience and not your own. Also, any time saved at work is often filled with more work for no extra pay. So what we're going to concentrate on in this video is how you can get back more of your own time so that you can do more of the things that you want. Now, one thing that you can do to make more time is to get up 15 minutes earlier. Set your alarm clock for 15 minutes earlier than you do right now. Now, 15 minutes isn't a lot of time, but when you add it all up, it gives you an extra 105 minutes. That's 1 3/4 hours, an hour and 45 minutes over the course of a week. And you can use that time to do tasks around your house, which can be broken down into stages. Or you might pursue some other interests. For example, you might be writing a blog, in which case that extra 15 minutes gives you the time to do that. And something else that you can do, and possibly in that 15 minutes that you're taking at the beginning of every day, is to do your shopping online. Now, perhaps it's a guy thing, so apologies to any ladies watching this video who enjoy shopping, but personally, I absolutely loathe shopping. I can't think of a bigger waste of time. And in fact, the biggest waste of time is actually grocery shopping, walking around the supermarket, taking the stuff off the shelf, putting it in the shopping cart, and then you've got to trundle around, and then you've got to line up at the checkout, and then you've got to get it all checked out, and then you've got to get it all bagged up, and then you've got to carry it out to your car, and then you've got to get it home, and it's just a complete and utter waste of time. There's so many other things that I feel I could be doing better in that time. So doing your grocery shopping online is great because you can sit there at your computer and with a few clicks, you can simply do your shopping and add all the items into your virtual cart. But also clothes shopping, that's another waste of time as far as I'm concerned. I do most of my clothes shopping online now. And of course, other household shopping can be done online as well. And of course, most, particularly grocery shopping sites, can deliver the item at a time to suit you. Or you can use the click and collect service that most of them have now. So you can say, order it in the morning and then stop off on your way home from work and pick up your groceries, that sort of thing. So shopping online is a great way to get back time because you're not spending time going around stores, particularly going around supermarkets. Let me give you some examples of what I mean by online shopping. The first one is Tesco, which is quite a big supermarket here in the UK. And this is the one that I use. And you can go through and you can choose from different departments for all your different staff. They keep your regular orders on file, so you can simply reorder if you order the same stuff every week. And you can go through adding the stuff to your shopping cart or your basket as and when you want it, and then check out, pay, and then they'll either deliver it for you at a time of your choosing, or you can arrange to have it sent to their click and collect, where you can stop off and pick it up on your way home if you wish. So it is typical of many supermarkets in different countries around the world. Then of course there's Amazon.com, and of course Amazon started out selling books, but now they sell just about everything. And in some places they are actually selling groceries through their Amazon pantry. So you can get all sorts of stuff at Amazon, books, clothing, homewares, anything you really like. And again, they would have it sent out to you, so you don't have to bother going to pick it up. And of course, for everything else, there's eBay. And the thing about eBay is it's not just an auction site anymore. You can actually buy something from them at a fixed price, or buy something on their site at a fixed price through their Buy It Now feature. So if you're looking for something, and it's not just stuff that people want to sell that they've already used, it can be brand new stuff. You can get lots of different stuff on eBay and again have it delivered, and it saves a whole lot of time and hassle traipsing around stores looking for stuff that you want to buy. Something else that you can do to save time is to group tasks together. And you can group them together by the type of task. So say you could have a session where you go through and pay all your bills in one go. Or you can group your tasks together by location. So for example, you could drop your kids off at school on the way to work. Or you could pick up your dry cleaning and visit your bank at lunchtimes. So you can group them all together and save time that way. You can also find your quickest route to work so that you don't spend a lot of time traveling. Now, if you drive, you can probably use your sat nav or GPS to find a quick route. But the only problem there is that's what everybody does. So you might want to use a bit of lateral thinking to find a better, quicker route. And a good way to do that is just an old-fashioned map, just to take a look at the map and plan your route out, look for any back streets that you might be able to go through, that sort of thing. Although a good way that I've discovered is to actually use Google Earth. If you use Google Earth, you can look and see how wide the streets are, how wide back streets are, that sort of thing. And you can use Street View to see which streets are one way. You can use Street View to see how narrow the streets are, etc. And you can plan a route that avoids the main roads and all the snarled up traffic and cut down your journey time considerably. If you use public transport, then you should look at a route planner. You can find those online for most transport systems. And of course, you can consult timetables to make sure that you don't spend a lot of time hanging around. Now, something else that you can do if you work on the road, if you have to make sales calls and then your working day ends at the last sales call and you have to make your way home on your own time from wherever you happen to be, is to group your sales calls efficiently. And the way to do that is to group them by location so that you know you're going to be in a particular district at a particular day or a particular time. And you can also group them by time so that you know when your last sales call is going to end, and then you can simply go home from there. So it's just simply by planning, thinking a bit outside the box, you can make sure that you have extra time without impeding on the time that you spend doing your job, but you can actually spend more time outside of work doing the things that you enjoy and the things that give you pleasure. So there you go, just a few ways that you can get time back if you're an employee. Your life as an entrepreneur is no doubt a busy one. So you need to avoid distractions and conflicts as much as possible so that you can have a good, productive and successful day. And we're going to give you some tips on how you can do that in this video. And the first one is to make realistic goals, to set realistic goals for yourself and for your business. So start by performing an assessment to get clear on your top priorities for each day, each week, and each month. Setting goals will place you on the right track towards achieving what you want to achieve. And if you do it daily, you'll be better able to grasp the process and to find what works best. And this will give you a clear, definitive line of focus to concentrate your energy and to help you make decisions more quickly. And if an event arises that's not a priority, then you can more easily decide how or whether to focus on it right now. Also, you can benefit from doing as much as possible in as little time as possible by using the 80-20 rule to your advantage. Now, the 80-20 principle states that 80% of an individual's success comes from 20% of their efforts. As an entrepreneur, you want to figure out where your most profitable 20% is and spend the majority of your time on those activities. Now, for some people, The most profitable activities come from working with current clients, or marketing to find new clients, or creating more multiple income streams, or sparking creativity in their day. It's going to vary depending on what type of business that you have. But you should be able to figure out exactly what that is, what your most profitable 20% is. So find out what yours is and then concentrate the majority of your time on that. And also, you should try to make things as simple as possible. Lots of people don't do this. They look for complicated and convoluted ways of doing things. But if you keep to the old KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid, then you should be fine. Make it as simple as possible. And this means streamlining processes and making things work easier. For example, if you take credit cards in your business, then make that more available than having to deal with checks or cash that has to be carried to the bank, that has to be cashed, and that has to be deposited. It's a whole lot of hassle. Whereas, of course, come into the 21st century, folks, you can simply do everything online and have all the money transferred electronically, and you don't have to waste your time doing your banking. And of course, if there are steps to a process that can be eliminated without causing any harm or without lowering the quality of your product or your service, then you want to do that and watch your productivity swoon. Now, the more you simplify, the easier it will be for your business to run. Things and processes run smoother with fewer steps. And when there's fewer steps, you decrease the possibilities of errors because there's less to do, so there's less to go wrong. And simplification is a great tool for finding more time. Something else that you can do is to get other people to help you. Now, when you can leverage the productivity of others, you can get more done in less time. Like the old saying says, many hands make light work. So you can delegate tasks to people or to processes. You can automate processes. You can outsource to people on outsourcing sites and so on. Now, obviously, the amount of delegating, outsourcing or automating is going to depend on how much you can afford and how comfortable you are with not being in complete control. The latter is a problem for some people, but think about it this way. When you look at some of the most successful business people that the world has known, you'll notice that there are certain patterns that develop. And one of them is that they don't try to do everything. Take Richard Branson, for example, one of the world's most successful entrepreneurs. He runs umpteen different businesses. He's got his record label, his airline, all sorts of different businesses. Now, he couldn't devote himself to doing every single task that there is in that business or in his multiple businesses. So, of course, he hires other people to do those jobs for him, and he hires other people who have the skills that he doesn't have. Bill Gates, well, he may have written code when Microsoft first started back in the early days, but once he started to get the company going, he didn't do a lot of hands-on coding. He had other people to do that for him. And Microsoft, of course, is now one of the biggest and most successful companies that there is in the world today. Henry Ford, you can go back that far. Henry Ford came up with a way of mass-producing motor cars. And I'm sure he worked it all out ahead of time, but it came to a point where he didn't need to get his hands dirty anymore. He could simply hire a whole army of people to do the tasks for him. He didn't need to actually hand build the cars himself. He had other people who worked for him who did that. And then there's Arianna Huffington. Now, she doesn't write every single article that's in the Huffington Post. She doesn't sell every piece of advertising personally. She has other people who work for her who do that. So the message is clear. If you want to be really successful, you must leverage the time and expertise of others. And it's the way to move your business up to the next level. and to free more of your own time for other things that you find rewarding, both in a business and a financial sense, and of course in your life as well. One way to save time is to leverage what you already have. And I'm going to talk about that in this video. Now, there are really two ways that you can leverage what you already have. One way is by using spare time that you're not using productively, where you may be involved in some sort of mindless task that you could therefore use that time more productively. Or reusing things that you've already created, so you can repurpose things to get new life out of them and to save yourself some time in the process. Now let's look at the first one, using spare time. You could perhaps use the time when you're on your morning walk or when you're on your way to your office or to your workplace to think up new ideas. In fact, that's a great time to think up new ideas for your business because you're not being bombarded by other types of stimuli. It doesn't take a lot of concentration to simply put one foot in front of the other, especially if you're following the same route that you always do. So you can use this as thinking time to come up with new ideas. And you could also make phone calls on your mobile phone because obviously you can walk along and talk on the phone at the same time. You can also work while you're traveling. If you're on a train or on a plane like this guy here, then you can simply work away on your laptop and make good use of the time. I know of someone who's actually written several books this way. She reverse commutes from the inner city to out in a suburb, and she has 45 minutes on the train each morning. And so because she's going out against the general direction of traffic, she always gets a seat and she can sit there and write away on her laptop, and she's written several books that way, and it's a very good use of her time. And then there are our hobbies. Now, hobbies give us an opportunity to learn. They help keep our minds and bodies active, focused, and busy with other resources. And they also help to take our attention away from the daily grind and to help us practice on focusing on a single task. So one thing that you can do to leverage time is to develop a new skill or learn a new craft. Now, perhaps this skill can be in some way related to your hobby, or it could be work related, or you could have a hobby that can pay dividends in your work, that sort of thing. And either way, developing new skills keeps us learning and keeps our minds active. And it also allows us to learn other things faster and with better retention potential. And you should also read more. And this is something else that you can do while you're traveling on public transport. Instead of playing Candy Crush Saga, you could actually read something. You could read a book, or you could read something on your Kindle, or even something on your smartphone if you've got the software. And whether that reading is just for learning or it's for pleasure, read something and position yourself for better results in your business. And reading will provide opportunities to learn and to see things in a new light. Just like with learning a new skill, it keeps your mind active, it gives you new ideas and information to use when solving problems, and it also gives your mind time to relax while you're otherwise engaged. And something else to do is to think and write. Taking the time to think about our values, our beliefs, the changes that we face, the events of the day, or even just to think in general, it gives you the space that you need to spark creativity. So take time to reflect on your behavior, your results, your challenges, and take time to think so that you can go through your day in a more proactive, thought-filled way. And like I was saying earlier on, when you're out walking, that's a good time to think about new things for your business, new directions you want to take it in, think about things that you can do to help improve your life. And something else you should do, though, once you've thought about it, is to write it down, because journaling or recording will help you to keep on track towards your goals, because you can actually physically see it. And of course, once you've written something down, you're less likely to forget about it. Now, as I was saying at the beginning of the video, another way to leverage what you already have and thereby save time is to reuse something that you already have, or to put it in modern marketing speak, to repurpose. And what you can do is, for example, turn your ebooks into articles or an autoresponder series. You've already written the ebook. All you've then got to do is to go through and edit it down into articles or into an autoresponder series. You haven't got to start again from scratch. And you can do it the other way around as well. You can combine articles that you've written into an ebook. Or you can turn an ebook into a printed book. There are lots of places online, Amazon do this, where you can simply have a book printed on demand. Or you could read your ebook and sell it as an audiobook. And something else that you can do, particularly if you're creating a digital product, is to create digital products on similar topics. So you could, for example, have marketing for plumbers and marketing for electricians and marketing for landscape gardeners. Now, the principles of marketing a service, either online or offline, are pretty much the same for all service businesses. So you could write, the majority of the book would be about general marketing, both online and offline, for service businesses. But what you could then do is write a specific chapter for each individual trade or profession. So you could write a specific chapter that deals just with plumbers, a specific chapter that deals just with electricians, a specific chapter that deals just with landscape gardeners. You can put that at the beginning of the ebook, and perhaps a conclusion that's unique as well at the end of the ebook. And then the stuff in the middle is going to be pretty much the same, but you're not having to write the entire book from scratch every single time. And that's going to save you a lot of time. Another thing, and lots of people do this, is to use PLR products. Now, PLR products mean products with private label rights. And these are products, usually ebooks, but also things like videos as well, which you can purchase, and you purchase the rights to them. So you can do whatever you want with them. You can change them around, you can sell them as is, you can put your name as the author on it, and all the research, all the writing, everything like that has already been done for you. So what you could do is rewrite a PLR ebook in your own writing style, and as I just said, the research has already been done for you. And as you'll know, if you've ever written an ebook, it's the researching that takes the time that you have to spend actually looking at the subject and figuring out how to put it into a written form, how to get your message across, and so on. But when you buy a PLR ebook, that's already been done for you. You can also combine several PLR ebooks to create a new product. You can get several PLR ebooks on the same subject and combine them to make one volume, which will give a lot more information than each individual ebook. And again, you're not having to take the time to research it, to compile it, to write it. All you've got to do is put them together. Another thing that you can do is use a PLR ebook as the basis for a video. And you can simply take the narrative from the PLR ebook and use it as the basis for the script for your video. Now, you will have to do a bit of rewriting, because the way that things are written when they're meant to be read out loud and the way that they're written when they're meant to be read to yourself does vary slightly. You'll find that the punctuation and the sentence length and that sort of thing for an ebook that's meant to be read to oneself doesn't really correspond directly when you put it into a video. But you can go through, spend half a day rewriting it, reading it out loud, making sure that it all flows, and then you've got the script, the basis for your video, and you can simply go on from there to find the pictures and stills and graphics and so on to make your video. But again, all of the research, all the really hard stuff has already been done for you, and that comes as part of the PLR ebook. So there you go. These are just a few ways that you can save time by leveraging what you already have. One of the banes of modern life, particularly in business, and especially if you're an entrepreneur, are the numerous interruptions that you get throughout the day. Interruptions can be annoying and they can distract you from the task at hand. You have to stop what you're doing, deal with the interruption, then resume your task. And if it's something that you're thinking about, you might find that your train of thought has been disrupted. You've got to go back. You've got to try and think about what you were thinking about before you were disrupted, and the whole thing gets to be really difficult and very stressful. And many of the interruptions that we deal with can be eliminated with a little focus and determination. And one way to gain better control is to use a log to record each instance of interruptions. Now, to do this, you want to record the following information into 6 columns. So just take an ordinary piece of paper, turn it sideways, draw some lines down, and then write these things down as and when they happen. Okay, the first column is going to be the date. So you want to record the date of the interruption and keep a log of this just as you would client and customer interactions or any other type of communication that you would deem to be important. And this will help you when you refer back to it for more information. The second column should be the time. Now, many times your days are busier than others, just as certain times of the day are busier than others. And it may not be feasible for you to take, certain phone calls at certain times of the day as opposed to other times of the day. So record the time that you took the interruption phone call, for example, if that's what the interruption is, so that you can notice any developing patterns, any systems, etc., etc. You may also want to record the time in any digital products that you may have, which will make it easier for future referencing and noting. Pay particular attention to patterns developing during a set time of the day, set time of the week, and so on. Okay, column number 3 should be who the interruption was from, who interrupted you. Now, if it's another call from grandma, then log it. If it's another call from the telephone marketers, well, note that too. Know and log who's calling you and interrupting your work during the day. Are there any repeat offenders? You may want to take note of this and adjust your schedule accordingly in order to avoid them. Then you want to note in column 4 what the type of interruption was. What was the information phone call about, if it was a phone call? Is it business related or is it just plain idle talk? And this can be, and it usually is, where the bulk of the time wasters are found. During business hours, it's the time to discuss business and nothing else really. Anything else can wait. And work-at-home entrepreneurs in particular are often the unfortunate victims of people assuming that they're not working because they're at home. And interruption phone calls will sometimes be silly calls like recipe requests or calls to vent your spleen or idle gossip, that sort of thing. So know and record what the conversation was about. And as a sidebar, you might find that it's a good idea to have a second work from home line if you work from home and find you get a lot of phone calls to interrupt you. In column 5, you want to record the length of the interruption. How long are the phone calls lasting if you're getting interrupting phone calls? A few minutes here and there may not hurt, but it can add up quickly. You should be firm yet gentle when you're trying to end an interruption phone call that are fruitless for your business. In column 6, you're going to put a rating. And you want to rate the phone call or other interruption based on the previous factors along with a grading scale similar to this. So anything that was crucial gets an A rating, B is important, C is little value, D is no value. And plan to record this information for about a week or so to get an accurate measure of what's really happening. If it was worth your while, then rate either high or low based on your own preferences. And this will help you to better determine where your time goes and how it's being utilized. If you have accumulated this data for a week, go back and tally up all of the A's, B's, C's and D's to see where you need to adjust things. Now, most people will discover that more than 50% of their interruptions were C's and D's and were things that were not worth the time spent. After this, you want to analyze each C and D interruption and determine how they could have been avoided. Then you want to take proactive steps to ensure that they will not be repeated in the future. And do this especially for the repetitive interruptions, particularly things like sales calls. And many times people will come to you for information that they could have located themselves. To remedy this, show the person how to find the information themselves, or they're going to continue to interrupt you to come and get it. It's easier for them this way, but harder for you and your available time. Teach them how to get what they need on their own, and then you can devote your time to things that are more important. So there you go, just a few ways that you can avoid interruptions during your working day. Procrastination is a big problem, and it can be the thief of time, because before you know it, the time is gone and you've accomplished nothing. And entrepreneurs seem to be the biggest culprits when it comes to procrastination. And this is often because when you're your own boss, you decide what to do. You don't have somebody else setting the agenda for you. And that gives you a lot of freedom, but it's a double-edged sword, because even though you're not being told what to do, it doesn't mean that there aren't things that have to be done. And if you put them off, you procrastinate, you can waste your whole day away, and your business can waste away and wither and die because you're not giving it the attention that it really needs. What are some of the major reasons why entrepreneurs procrastinate? Why is it that they put off making decisions, starting new projects, pursuing new business, or even finishing big projects that have an impact on more business for them? Well, let's take a look at some of the reasons why. And one reason is poor work habits. Those who have poor work habits are usually slow starting everything. They are habitual procrastinators, and they take a very long period of time to complete a project or to get anything done. Now, what can result from this type of business, especially if you're an online business? Well, generally that means frustration and loss in business and sales. And if you miss a deadline or you fail to communicate with a customer or with a client, then that can result in a loss of business and a negative point on your reputation. And this is not good for any entrepreneur. And very often, people who do this also procrastinate on everything else in their lives, including personal areas. And they're always trying to catch up. And this causes high stress levels and low production levels. The entrepreneur who has poor work habits is also under the impression that they perform better under pressure. Well, that's generally not so. And they believe that they can do their best work if they're forced to work faster, sparking their creativity. Again, this is simply not true. All of this simply places them further behind in their work and causes more stress. Another problem that entrepreneurs have that makes them procrastinate are continual feelings of being overwhelmed. People who are challenged in the area of effective time management often feel like they never get anything accomplished. And they often don't do anything at all in response to either being proactive in their work or in finishing tasks. And the overwhelming feeling can also lead to anxiousness and the propensity to make big, expensive mistakes in their work. It's commonly known that when you're tired or when you're overwhelmed, the capacity and possibility of making mistakes increases exponentially. And of course, this adds even more to the feeling of being overwhelmed and feeling underaccomplished. There's also a feeling of uselessness in business projects with entrepreneurs who procrastinate. They feel like it may be easier to do nothing at all because of the sheer size of what their task is. This, again, is cyclic, and it can cause a spiral effect in the business. Because one thing doesn't get done, it causes another thing not to get done, and the process can continue and can cause even more problems further down the line. Another trap that a lot of entrepreneurs fall into is feeling that you have to be perfect. And this is quite possibly one of the most common but most detrimental personality traits that many an entrepreneur has. To a fault, they feel that they have to be perfect, they have to avoid all mistakes at all costs, have to get things right the first time, and be able to completely and pointedly satisfy the customer's every whim and need. But it's not only unrealistic to think this, but it's also damaging and unfair for the entrepreneur to expect of himself or herself. Expecting perfectionism is a fallacy. There is no way anyone can be perfect, and you'll place undue stress on yourself by doing so. Perfectionists want to finish projects, meet deadlines, accomplish goals, and do them all at record speed. But what holds them back is often simply getting started. The perfectionists may view their business projects as burdensome and shun them as unimportant. This often makes them feel better because they're able to convince themselves that if they're not important, then it may be just as unimportant to their clients or their customers. And they'll usually put off completion until the project meets their standards for perfection. Although this perception is only appreciated by the perfectionist, these standards are not often recognized by their clients. And this, of course, reinforces the fact that this is a time waster and they've worked fruitlessly towards an unnecessary end. So why bother in the first place? Another cause of procrastination is boredom. Now, entrepreneurs often get bored with no creativity or change in their work. Although they may perhaps love what they do, they find doing the same thing day after day becomes monotonous and non-challenging for them. Hence, boredom sets in and they lose interest in the projects that they're working on. And many times entrepreneurs, especially the work-at-home person, would simply rather be doing something else besides working. Does that mean they're lazy? No. They often just don't know where to start or how to manage their business projects or how to jumpstart something in their business to pique their interests. They may look for other creative outlets that are not business related, like engaging on social media sites or community forums instead of actually working. And then mundane tasks like paperwork or routine online tasks can get put off, as can revenue generating tasks like product launches. So how do you break the cycle? How do you stop procrastinating, and how do you stop putting things off so that one problem doesn't lead to another? How do you nip this problem in the bud? Well, the first thing to do is to have a to-do list so that you know exactly what tasks you have to do during the day. And you want to put boring, unpleasant, or mundane tasks first and get them out of the way. Something else you want to do, and you can easily do this when you're an entrepreneur, is to vary your work. So you're not doing the same thing day in, day out. So there is some sort of a variety to the tasks that you perform. You also want to avoid distractions. Distractions can be very handy when you're procrastinating because you can turn your attention to them and not to the task that you're supposed to be doing. So One thing you can do is to turn on your answering machine or voicemail when you're working, so that you can return the call at a convenient time for you once you've done all the tasks that you've set yourself to do. And you can also have set times to be on social media or networking sites. And this is actually a very good thing, because once it gets to be well known that you're around at this particular time, then anyone who wants to contact you on social media or on a networking site is going to make sure that they're around at the same time that you are. So it can actually have that extra benefit as well. And of course, reward yourself. Give yourself a treat when you've completed a task that you'd rather put off. It doesn't have to be an ice cream like in this picture here. It can be anything that you like, but just something to give yourself a metaphorical pat on the back for doing a good job and for getting this task out of the way. So get into the habit of not procrastinating, and you'll soon send your time thief packing. Forget smart drugs. The single best way to enhance your cognitive powers and become more focused is to get more sleep. And forget supplements. The single best way to accelerate your muscle gains and improve your strength is to get more sleep. There are countless articles out there that detail life hacks and other strategies that you can use to sleep better. These range between lying on spiky mats, which is nonsense, taking ZMA, which doesn't do much, to eating honey before bed, which might just be helpful but frankly is negligible. More efficient then is to look at some small, simple changes you can make to your routine that will have a major impact on the quality and quantity of your sleep. There's that Kaizen again. Okay, number 1, take a hot shower or bath before bed. This helps to encourage the production of growth hormone and melatonin, and it also helps to relax the muscles, far more effectively than taking valerian root. As your body cools down, you'll sink into a much deeper and more restorative sleep, and you'll also save yourself time in the morning. Number 2, open the window ajar. We sleep much better when our environment is slightly cool. Let some cool air into your room, but make sure you can keep warm with your duvet. Number 3, go for a run or a walk in the morning that day. Getting more exercise helps you to sleep more, as does getting fresh air and vitamin D. You can also supplement with vitamin D in the morning, and if you live in the UK like me, then there's a good chance you're deficient. Number 4, take half an hour or even 15 minutes before bed to wind down and do some reading. Avoid looking at mobile screens or computers if possible, as the light from these increases cortisol production. I experimented with wearing blue blocking shades before bed for a while, but truth be told, you look like a twit and it's pretty impractical, especially if you're in a relationship. Taking a little while out to unwind will help you forget the stresses of the day while getting your body into a good sleep mode. Number 5, most important of all, is simply to prioritize your sleep and to give it the attention it deserves. Stop watching YouTube videos until 2 a.m. in the morning and start getting into a routine. And finally, number 6. Of course, you also need to look after the environment that you're sleeping in. Comfortable pajamas and duvet covers, along with curtains that actually block out the light and an absence of blinking LEDs, will make a huge difference. Meanwhile, I highly recommend investing in some kind of daylight alarm, such as those made by Lumi. These are designed to emit a light that is more similar to sunlight in terms of the wavelength, and it will come on gradually as it approaches the time that you set the alarm. This gradually rouses you out of sleep, and, if all goes well, you'll wake naturally before the alarm goes off. As a result, you'll feel significantly more awake and well rested. Even if it takes the alarm to wake you, though, you'll still be waking up in a light environment from a much lighter state of sleep. You'll feel far less sleep inertia, and you'll really notice the difference when you're forced to wake up without it. This is especially effective for those who struggle with SAD, which is seasonally affective disorder, or SAD. And trust me, this is one change that will really make a highly noticeable difference. Just think about the difference you're now making. Previously, you were sleeping deeply, at which point a loud alarm would suddenly startle you awake. This would jolt you out of bed with a start, and you'd wake up into a pitch-black room and have to drag yourself out of bed. Instead, you're now coming round gently, waking up gradually and naturally as the room gets lighter, and then being nudged over the edge by the actual alarm. And when you open your eyes, the room is light and you're ready to go. For those of you who struggle to get out of bed without hitting the snooze button, a daylight alarm can help. If you need a little extra help, then try waking up in stages. Instead of forcing yourself to leap out of bed, agree that you'll just prop yourself up into a more upright position and turn on the light when the alarm sounds. If you must hit the snooze, then that's fine once, but the second time it goes off, then you're going to grab a book, your phone, or something else that will prevent you from dozing off. Absent-mindedly look through this. Then you should find that you're awake enough to get up. Getting up slowly is not only healthier, it's much easier to do when you're feeling low on willpower. If you find you still can't wake up effectively in the morning, then it may be that you're struggling with a number of potential issues. If you have a scratchy throat or you feel ill, then here are some possible causes and solutions. The first is an allergy. You can develop hay fever at any age, and symptoms that are unnoticeable during the day can be much worse during the night when you've been breathing in dander or pollen all night. Unfortunately, most antihistamines will leave you feeling groggy too, so you'll need to find another way to clean your environment. Mold poisoning can lead to a number of unpleasant short-term and long-term effects. If you have mycotoxin-producing black mold, it can even give you asthma or eczema. Even just breathing in mold spores from less harmful types can leave you with a scratchy throat and a poor night's sleep. If you notice the air is smelling damp, then consider calling in a mold remediation company. Then it could be behind the walls or under the floorboards. Then there's dehydration. It's common to get dehydrated during the night, so make sure you drink enough before you fall asleep and have some water to hand. If you struggle with this one, you may want to consider trying chia seeds, which absorb several times their mass worth of water. And finally, you might have low blood sugar. Breakfast is so named because you're breaking your fast. As you can imagine, going 10 hours without eating can leave you a little groggy, so it's possible you're struggling with low blood sugar. Something that is thought to help this is a spoon of honey, which contains both slow-release and fast-release sugar, providing you with a steady supply of energy throughout the night. This might seem a bit of a random tangent, but it really isn't. Many of us wake up in the morning feeling subpar, but aren't quite sure why. Often it comes down to factors in the environment or in your overall health like these, and as we've seen, it should be relatively easy to solve them in many cases. Finally, if you struggle getting to sleep because you can't stop your mind racing, then address the way you're thinking about sleep. There's a lot more to learn about CBT, and it really is a fantastic tool. But for now, all you need to know is that it involves changing the way you think about a problem. In this case, you're going to stop putting pressure on yourself to sleep. If you feel stressed because you're not asleep yet, you'll work yourself up and be far less likely to be able to drift off. Instead of getting frustrated, focus on the opportunity to just relax and enjoy lying down to have a think or feel free from the pressures of the day. Even if you're just relaxing, this will still offer you some recuperative benefit. What you'll find, though, is that the moment you manage to enjoy just relaxing, you'll fall asleep. Don't force yourself to drift off. That's an oxymoron. Just get comfortable. Enjoy the moment and let your body take care of the rest when you really need to drift off. Our energy levels come in ebbs and flows, and we're all beholden to this natural cycle. At certain points during the day, you'll feel energetic, and at others, you'll feel listless and exhausted. Instead of trying to force your body to be energetic when you need it to be and tired when you want to go to bed, try choosing your activities based on how you feel. This is the idea of riding the tide. Again, it's about acknowledging that there is a limit to how much energy you can utilize in any given day and planning your activities out smartly as a result of that. In this video, we're going to look at the energy cycles that your body goes through in any given day. We'll explore what causes those energy cycles, and we'll look at how you can actually influence them in order to help them align more usefully with the activities that you need to commit yourself to. Let's start by addressing why your body goes through energy cycles in the first place. And the answer comes down to evolution and survival. We have adapted to function this way because it helps us to survive in a dangerous environment and to manage energy levels in the wild. The only problem is that we're no longer in the wild and now need energy levels at different times. Ultimately, these energy systems work by splitting us into two states. These are anabolic and catabolic. An anabolic state is also referred to as rest and digest. This is when we're relaxed, when we're happy, and when we're able to just switch off and chill. During this time, the body has plenty of fuel, energy, and it's able to spend that fuel where it's needed to help us repair muscle, lay down memories, and restore ourselves during sleep. Conversely, a catabolic state is also referred to as fight or flight. This is when we're either in danger or we're starving. Either our blood sugar is low or we're being faced by a predator or a threat. Either way, the reality is that our bodies need to act in order to keep us alive, and thus we start burning fat and even muscle to provide fuel. Of course, you're not always asleep or scared for your life, but you are always teetering slightly more to one of those extremes or the other. When you wake up in the morning, your blood sugar levels are low, and this is what causes you to wake up. You've been fasting and your body is now running on empty, which triggers the release of stress hormones like cortisol. When you've just eaten, your body receives the signal that it's satisfied and that the blood is filled with sugar. Thus, it releases insulin to extract that sugar, and it releases serotonin, which makes you feel good. That serotonin eventually converts to melatonin, the sleep hormone, and the body is able to rest and use all that good stuff to help repair our bodies. This cycle of anabolic stroke catabolic stop stroke go continues throughout the day. It's also closely linked with our circadian rhythm, which is our sleep-wake cycle. Psychologists have studied our circadian rhythms extensively, and what they've discovered is that they are determined by two main factors: external Zeitgebers, which is time givers, and internal pacemakers. In short, we listen to the cues from our body as well as the cues from the world around us, like the amount of light and social cues. That's why the daylight lamp I mentioned in the last video is so valuable. The light stimulates the release of cortisol and nitric oxide, both of which help the brain to wake up. It's also why it's so important that we get a few minutes to let our bodies cool down in the evening without unnatural light. Having a vitamin D supplement also helps. Our bodies produce vitamin D when they receive direct sunlight. Another factor that contributes to us needing to sleep is the build-up of two substances in the brain: adenosine and pro-inflammatory cytokines. Adenosine is the main byproduct of the brain's energy process. That is to say, when your brain cells are working, they're constantly creating adenosine as well. The harder you think and the more active you are, the more adenosine builds up. And as it builds up, it suppresses activity, making it harder for us to concentrate and contributing to brain fog. Eventually, this becomes too much and we need to sleep to clear it. Meanwhile, pro-inflammatory cytokines cause brain inflammation. These too build up as a result of our immune system working overtime, and they're highest in number when we feel sick. This is why we feel tired, groggy, and full of brain fog when we're ill, which is partly our body's way of telling us to hit the hay. This means there are points in the day when we will feel our most awake and points when we feel our most asleep. Most of us will experience a serious crash around 4 a.m. and 4 p.m. We sleep deepest at 4 a.m. and we struggle to focus on work at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is the ideal time to schedule a break. Better yet, if you can move your working day forward an hour, then you can come home at the point when you're feeling most tired. While it's a good idea to fit your work schedule around your energy, it would of course be slightly more convenient if you could fit your energy around your work schedule. Fortunately, there are some things you can do to alter your rhythms and to help yourself feel more energetic right when you need to. One simple way to do this is to think about when and how you're going to eat. Remember, when we eat, it stimulates the sudden release of sugar into the blood, which can result in us feeling very tired and lethargic immediately afterwards. This is great an hour or so before bed, giving you time to digest, but it's not so useful if you are planning on being useful that evening. A simple example of this is what happens when you sit down to eat dinner in the evening. Any hopes you might have had of being productive at this point are practically thrown out the window. So instead, if you wanted to tidy the house, try doing it before you eat, while your body is still flooding you full of wakefulness hormones. Another way to control your energy levels through your diet is to think about what you want to eat. A big mistake is to eat simple carbohydrates, which are things like cake, bread, and white pasta. These release sugar quickly into the bloodstream, which results in a sudden energy high. However, as we now know, that will be followed by a sudden crash when the sugar is taken up and the brain releases melatonin to put you in a restorative mode. The solution is to try and keep your blood sugar at a slightly more stable and level point throughout the day. In theory, this should provide you with a steady flow of energy while at the same time avoiding sugar crashes or sudden spikes in energy. To do this, you can focus on getting more energy both from complex carbohydrates. Now, carbohydrates that are slower to digest normally include things like more fiber and fat, as well as fats, which also digest slowly in the gut. Both of these methods will provide a constant level of energy as you go throughout your day and may also have other health benefits, potentially reducing inflammation. We'll discuss this more in the diet section of the video series. Changing the order of your food, even just by shifting everything forward an hour, can help to change the order and length of your cycles. In fact, when traveling abroad to different time zones, many people will utilize a system of changing their diet in order to readjust their circadian rhythms and body clocks. Another tip is to consider taking power naps. This is something that some people have a lot of success with, but there is a trick to it which will once again involve thinking in terms of cycles. This main objective is to avoid waking up during a sleep cycle. Sleep cycles tend to last about 90 minutes, but it takes 20 minutes to enter the first heavy stage of sleep. Sleeping for just 10 minutes can be a great way to get a quick energy boost, while sleeping for 90 minutes should provide a deeper sleep while helping you to avoid waking up during SWS, that's slow wave sleep, and experiencing high levels of sleep inertia as a result. The key thing to take away from this is that you need to consider the role of your body in your energy levels. What you eat, what time you sleep, and even the light outside can all affect your energy levels and your mood. Even the temperature can have a huge impact. If you're in a cold room, this will increase your production of adrenaline and norepinephrine, thereby making you feel more alert. Conversely, if you're in a warm space, you'll feel more relaxed and sleepy and may find it harder to stay awake. Note that we are actually more creative when we're relaxed. This allows our mind to wander, and it's when the mind wanders that it's able to form novel connections between concepts, thereby creating entirely new ideas. You can even split your work into ebbs and flows this way, dividing it between periods of creativity where you come up with new ideas and directions, and periods of productivity where you go full steam ahead to work as hard as possible. Which, of course, is a simple way of saying you need to take breaks. All that talk about rhythms, routines, and such like that we covered in the last video brings us nicely to the topic of stress, which is another crucial element of our wake-sleep cycle and our energy. Remember, stress is what triggers the fight or flight response. Stress is the response to a perceived threat and/or to low blood sugar. It's worth noting this right away because if you're feeling hungry and you have a deadline, then you're going to be more stressed out than you would be if you were trying to tackle the same issue while you were asleep. A little stress is a good thing. A little stress is what we call eustress, and this is what motivates us to focus and to be productive. Moreover, a little stress helps us stay awake and alert and to focus on whatever it is that we're doing. The problem is when we have too much stress or when this stress lasts too long. Remember, we're supposed to go through cycles where we switch between awake and alert and relaxed and calm. So, what do you think happens if you're highly awake and alert for 8 hours straight without a break? That's right, you come home and absolutely collapse in a heap because you're 100% spent. And there is a good physiological reason for this too. When you exert yourself, you see, you're producing hormones that keep your energy levels high. These include adrenaline and norepinephrine, which keep your heart beating faster and help you to concentrate and focus. The problem is there's only so much of these neurochemicals that we can produce. Eventually we run out, which causes something called adrenal fatigue. In this state, we will experience incredibly low energy, low mood, and low motivation. Ask yourself, what's the single most tiring part of your day? It's probably work. And this is because you've been producing these go, go, go hormones for 8 hours straight, which is entirely unnatural. That much focus, meanwhile, increases the amount of adenosine and the amount of cytokines. Worse still is that your body is actually not working at all, meaning that you're going to be feeling that exhausted and spent despite not having had any useful exercise. What's more is that being constantly on throughout the day is a good way to cause health problems. These cycles are here for a reason. When you eat and then go straight back to work, the large amount of stress will actually suppress your digestion. Remember, stress in the wild was often associated with danger, and we don't want to be digesting when we're meant to be running. Meanwhile, your immune system is also suppressed, which is why you're much more likely to become ill. And remember what we said in the last video about creativity. Well, stress is actually the mortal enemy of creativity. In fact, stress actually causes the prefrontal cortex, the smart and creative part of our brain, to shut down entirely. This leads to mistakes, and it means you're not going to be performing your best at all. If you allow this to go on long enough, the worst case scenario is that it leads to depression and/or serious illness. The best case scenario is that you'll spend your evening staring blankly into space with no willpower, motivation, or energy to do anything. So, what can you do to prevent stress from robbing you of your energy? Well, the first key is to make sure you're taking time out, and that you make this a mental break as well as a physical one. In other words, actually take a break from thinking about work and instead try reading or perhaps going for a nice quiet stroll. Either way, you should focus on thinking about anything other than work. An even better idea is to practice some stress management techniques. CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is a great method to this end, as is meditation. Either way, if you can go through your working day and remain calm and relatively unfazed, even when everything seems to be going wrong, You'll find that the entire day seems much less tiring as a result, and that you arrive home with far more energy to spend being productive or just having fun. It also means you'll have more energy at work the next day to be even more productive. And finally, if work is repeatedly taking it all out of you and you aren't able to find the way to get the balance right, you should quit. Again, this sounds extreme, but if your work is that tiring or that stressful, then it will only continue to undermine your enjoyment of other activities and to take a toll on your health. Your health and happiness should always come first, and there's no reason that anyone ever has to stay stuck in a job that is placing so much strain on them. What is the role of exercise in all of this? Well, it's pretty much crucial to the crux of all this activity. The very best way to enhance your energy levels by far is to start becoming more active and to exercise. This will give you a boost in just about every domain. The first reason for this is that exercise will help you to enhance your cellular efficiency. Inside each of your cells are tiny little energy factories called mitochondria. These are what take the energy, glucose, from your food and convert it into something that can be used, ATP. They're also what break that ATP down to release the energy that drives muscle contractions, deep thought, and breathing. As we get older, the number of mitochondria in our system actually depletes, but when you're a young kid, you have loads of them and they're functioning much more efficiently. So if you ever wondered why all Grandpa does is sleep while little Timmy rushes around the house all day on a sugar high, that would be why. But when you exercise, you boost the function and number of your mitochondria. This doesn't just help you to perform better in athletic activities, it also helps you to think better and to wake up more alert so that you can get more done. That's only one way in which exercise will boost your productivity. Another powerful effect comes from improved cardio fitness, circulation, and blood pressure. In short, using your heart a lot will make you better at pumping blood around your body and provide you with oxygen, nutrients, etc. The best form of exercise for this benefit is steady-state cardio. Running long distance gives your heart's left ventricle time to enlarge, and that means you can pump more blood around more easily. But any form of exercise will help you increase your VO2 max, your resting heart rate, and your energy levels. Exercise is also super good for your brain and will encourage more brain plasticity, improving your sleep. Getting rid of fat will make you lighter, meaning you spend less energy moving around. In short, if you can exercise, you will perform much better than ever before. The only problem? If you're currently not exercising at all, then you'll find it hard to start, which is why I'm happy to introduce the quick routine to solve that problem. The most important thing to start with is a simple training program that you can just stick at. This is where all those self-help books and online training programs have gotten things a bit twisted. It's very misguided when you see the people who walk around the gym with elaborate training programs and queuing for machines before they've even developed a basic level of fitness. It's even more misguided when people tell themselves that they haven't started working out yet because they need to, quote, find the right training program. Want to lose weight? Then you might have taken a quick look online to find advice. Some people will be telling you to cut out your carbs. Others will be telling you to count calories and not worry about carbs. Others will tell you to eat more carbs and cut the fat. Meanwhile, do you do steady-state cardio, in other words jogging, or do you try HIIT, high-intensity interval training? It's all a lot to pick from. At this point, though, it really doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're doing something. If you aren't already training, then get training right now on a regular basis. Don't wait until you finish these videos. Don't focus on improving your health or getting abs, although we'll touch on that later. Just focus on getting good at training and actually sticking to a routine. Anything is better than nothing, and you don't need to worry about training wrong. Your body is incredibly adaptable. So here's a very simple training routine that you can use to start getting into shape. It's called the Quick Program, and it goes like this. First of all, do press-ups, or push-ups as some people call them, to failure, and keep going until you can't do any more, and remember the number and beat it next time. Then you're going to do pull-ups to failure, and then kettlebell swings to failure, and use a weight that allows you to do about 30 to begin with. There's no pause in between each exercise, and you should treat this like a circuit. Ideally, you should aim to do 3 to 5 rounds with 1 minute's rest after the swings, but if you only have time to do one, well, that's okay. Remember, it's better to do something than nothing. If you have just 5 minutes at the end of each day, then just doing the press-ups is fine. Perform the press-ups fast and keep your body rigid as you do. Make sure you go all the way down and back up for each rep. Look for a pull-up bar that fits into a door frame without needing screws, and this will set you back about $10, and you can buy them online. If you don't have a kettlebell, you can buy them online for about $50. If that's still off the cards, you can replace the swings with jack-in-the-box reps. Here, you squat down, then explode up and splay your arms and legs apart. With all these, you're starting by going to failure and then aiming to increase or maintain that number each time you come to do the workout. So if you can do 30 press-ups right now, you'll be aiming to increase that to 31 tomorrow. In a year, you'll be maybe doing 70 or 100. Try to do this at least 4 times a week to see real results. This routine is the only necessary exercise because it offers some cardio benefit when practiced with intensity and because it offers resistance training for all the major muscle groups. The press-ups train the pecs, shoulders, triceps and core. The pull-ups train the lats, biceps and core, and the swings train the hamstrings, quads and lower back, the erector spinae. Overall, this is about as close to a full body routine as you're going to get in just 3 moves. But what really makes this routine effective is the simplicity. You can use it anywhere, you don't need much equipment, and it's completely flexible and adaptable. If you can only do 1 round, then that's fine. There's never really an excuse not to be able to do 5 minutes of exercise. The great thing is, though, once you've done 1 round, you'll probably find you have the energy and determination to complete 2 more. This is pretty much the workout I used when I took up bodybuilding aged 13. I didn't know what I was doing, but I just watched the film Exit Wounds and decided I was going to work out regularly from then on. And I've been doing so for 15 years. Had I started researching complicated training regimes, I probably would have gotten disheartened, but just by doing a workout that I enjoyed and that was simple, I was able to have a six-pack and biceps while I was still at high school. Very often, simple is best. All that said, though, the quick routine is designed very much for beginners and is not intended for those who want to build big muscle or crushing strength. If you're new to training, then starting out with something to improve your general fitness and muscle tone is very important. By the way, the quick program is also ideal for helping you get abs. Getting visible abs is mainly about diet, with the aim being to reduce your body fat percentage to sub 10%, thus making the six-pack visible underneath. This is aided through CV, and once you start doing kettlebell swings and press-up reps for 100, this will be quite a cardio-intensive routine. The other thing people seem to forget, though, is their transverse abdominis. This is the band of muscle around your midsection that acts to hold in your stomach and your internal organs, as well as to support your lower spine during lifts. Crucially, this is what makes your abs flat, and that in turn is what makes them look good. Press-ups require you to keep your whole body rigid, and this is a perfect way to ensure you're strengthening the transverse abdominis. So do the quick workout regularly and with intensity, and you should start to find your abs show. Hopefully, that will offer some motivation to some viewers. The last video may have got you thinking about using the quick workout for reasons other than boosting energy. This would be a mistake. Don't approach your training with the goal of trying to lose X amount of weight or gain X amount of muscle. Why? Because that's not completely within your control. If you give yourself such a defined set of goals, then you'll find things get in the way and you become frustrated as you realize you may fail. Instead, give yourself a simple and clearly defined goal that is completely within your control. For instance, do the quick workout 4 times a week. That's it, your only goal. This is something you will succeed or fail at, and you'll try to renew every week. If you do that long enough, you'll find that the bigger goals, like weight loss and muscle mass, take care of themselves. Focusing on long-term goals is also a bad idea because it leads to training that's much less enjoyable. Try to forget why you're going to the gym and just enjoy being there so that it's its own reward. When I'm really low on motivation, I just go and hit a heavy bag, which I love. A little tip: if you're feeling very low on energy and you can't get the motivation to hit the gym, then try watching something that motivates you. The Rocky IV training montage tends to do the trick for me. This is called priming in psychology, and you can use the technique in other areas of your life too. Need to sit down to do some coding? Try watching a snippet of The Social Network or Iron Man and see if that puts you in your genius mode mentality. It sounds like a small matter, but when we feel driven to do something, it actually makes a big difference to our energy levels. This triggers a similar sort of neurochemical/hormonal response to eustress because you're telling your body and mind that what you're doing matters and is important. Remind yourself why you're doing what you're doing, and you can put yourself in that waking mode much more easily. When you want to give your car more energy, what do? You fill it with gas. And of course, it only stands to reason that you need to do the exact same thing when you're giving yourself more fuel. Well, not the exact same thing. You're not filling yourself with gas. But with fuel, yes. We've already seen that one of the most important ways to manage your energy levels is to think harder about your carbs and your timing with them. By consuming more complex carbs, like oats, and more fats, like avocado, you can provide yourself with a steady supply of energy throughout the day. But there's more to it than that, of course. What's also very important is simply to make sure that you're providing yourself with enough calories and that you're spacing your food out enough. This is crucial just to ensure that there's a steady supply of energy while you're going about your business. This is also why going extremely low carb may be a mistake. Studies show us that you actually see a reduction in IQ when you go too low carb. The simple reason is that there isn't enough energy for the brain to function optimally. So food is fuel, but it's also much more than that. Food is also what provides your body with the raw materials it needs to help you function optimally. And when you function optimally, you have more energy. Nutrients are what the body uses to build muscle, but they're also what the body uses to create those mitochondria, energy factories, and to keep them operating at full capacity. They're also what the body uses to create hormones and neurotransmitters, like the ones that help us wake up in the mornings and the ones that help us rest. The worst thing you can do for your health and energy levels is to maintain a diet purely made up of processed carbs. Things like chocolate bars, crisps, pies, sausage rolls, these all have their goodness removed, and all that's left is a sudden hit of sugar. That causes the sugar spike and trough we talked about, but it also fills you up without providing your body with everything it needs. Honestly, packing your diet with nutrients is essentially like taking all the best bodybuilding supplements in a way that's cheaper and more effective. It boosts your brain power too. Don't spend tons of money on multivitamins and supplements. Just try to get a balanced mixed diet. To demonstrate the importance of nutrients, Here are some examples of the things that nutrients do for you. Magnesium and zinc increase testosterone production. CoQ10 increases mitochondrial function. This is found in organ meats and beef. Creatine helps you run further and train longer by recycling ATP. Again, it's found in beef. Choline increases brain activity, and it's found in eggs. Saturated fat is used to create testosterone, and that's found in milk and eggs. Vitamin C boosts your mood via serotonin, and it strengthens the immune system. Omega-3 fatty acids, found in fish, increases cell membrane permeability, and it improves communication between cells. Vitamin B12 is used to manufacture neurotransmitters. Iron increases the ability to get oxygen around the body. Calcium strengthens muscle contractions. The list just goes on and on. But don't spend ages worrying about all this. Your body evolved to thrive off a balanced and rich diet, and if you just eat lots of stuff that you know is healthy, you'll supply your body with plenty of powerful agents to improve your brain power, strength, and more. Just eating more salads, more fruit smoothies, and more meats will help you to perform better in the long term. And in the short term, you'll sleep better, feel healthier, and enjoy more energy throughout the day. Hopefully, this video series has helped to convince you of the importance of energy and maintaining and managing it throughout the day. On top of that, though, you hopefully now have a more complete picture of precisely what dictates your energy levels and how that impacts on your ability to work, train, and enjoy life in your downtime. It comes down to management, to planning, and being smart about your routine. But it's also a matter of understanding the biology that dictates the way you feel and how you can subtly influence that to get the best from yourself. But now comes the hard part. Adapting that information to help you fit it in your own life and your own routine. It's worth it, though. Get this right, and you'll be far more productive at work, far happier at home, and much healthier. What is holding you back in life? A lot of us make the mistaken assumption that it's time. We think that only if we had a little more time, we could get all kinds of things done. If we had a little more time, the house would be cleaner. We'd spend more time with our family and friends, and we'd be able to progress faster through our career. Or maybe we could start a new training program as well and finally get those abs. But there just isn't enough time in the day. We work from 9 to 5, and when we get home, we often still have a long list of tasks to do that we just don't have time to finish. And that includes checking the mail, paying bills, making dinner, washing up, and hopefully getting just a little bit of time to spend with the family. Man, if there was only more time, right? Well, actually, time is very often not the problem. Rather, the problem comes down to energy. Think about it. If you really don't have any time to do anything, then how are you able to watch that entire box set of Game of Thrones recently? If you really don't have time to do anything, then how come you've been finding time to play Uncharted? If you genuinely work and busy yourself from first thing in the morning all the way up until bedtime, then the answer would be simple. Get up earlier or go to bed later. No, that is not the problem. Instead, the problem is energy. Time management isn't the only big deal here. Energy management is just as important. If you can't effectively manage your energy, then you're going to find that you can't make full use of your time, and that is a problem. What probably really happens when you get home from work is that you collapse onto the sofa and watch TV for a bit. Or maybe you just procrastinate a little by not really doing anything much for a short time. Either way, you could be working. You could be working on that amazing novel. The issue is not your time at all, but rather it is your energy. And this isn't to say that you're in some way lazy or that you could be making better use of your time right now. Instead, It is to say that you're simply pushing yourself too hard and too far, and it should come as no surprise that you're not achieving as much as you hope as a result. Energy is something that most of us ignore. I have a few hours tonight, we say. I'll do it then. The only problem is that if you don't have the energy, then you're not going to do it. Your energy is finite. It can only go so far. And if you ignore that fact, then you're going to run out of steam and not accomplish the things you want to change. There's a good chance you may be watching this and considering energy management properly for the very first time. Perhaps it's something that you never really thought about before, and you wouldn't be alone in that. But even at this early stage in the series, you've hopefully learned a valuable lesson. Simply acknowledging that energy is probably what's holding you back is one of the very best things that you can do to start making life easier. Once you come to terms with this, you can start to think more logically and realistically about what you can achieve in a day. This means you can remove items from your agenda knowing full well that you won't be able to accomplish them, and thus actually get more done as a result and come home with more energy left over. When thinking about whether you're going to walk home tonight or drive, be realistic and accept that driving may be easier. When planning to complete a long list of chores this evening, be honest with yourself and ask how likely you are to accomplish that complete list. Did you manage to finish everything you set out to do last time? Give yourself a break and organize your day sensibly. So, what is our overall strategy for boosting energy? It actually comes down to a few things. The first is management. Managing our time better and thinking about how much energy we're likely to have in a given day and what we actually want to do with it. And by finding ways to avoid wasting energy, we can save more for the things that we ultimately decide really matter. The next step is to start small and not to be too ambitious. That's true with the other things we're trying to achieve, and it's also true of the lifestyle changes we're introducing in this video series. Simply put, you're not going to transform your energy levels and your health overnight, and you shouldn't try. Work up to it slowly and be smart about how you're raising your energy. We're going to introduce the concept of Kaizen here, which means that we're introducing small changes with the aim of eventually seeing big results. Kaizen is a Japanese concept that basically means any journey is best accomplished with lots of little steps. And finally, we're going to change everything. We're going to look at our health and our lifestyles holistically. We're going to acknowledge that to boost energy, it's not good enough that we simply introduce one new lifestyle habit or start drinking smoothies. We need to rethink everything. These videos will be your guide, and by the end, the aim is for you to be crackling with energy. You should feel like a coiled spring ready to explode. And then you can achieve some truly amazing things. At the end of the last video, we mentioned that we had to change everything. Now, that's a pretty tall order, but using the aforementioned Kaizen approach, we should see it's relatively possible to gradually introduce change that starts small and eventually becomes all-encompassing. But before we go on, perhaps I should explain what I mean by change everything. Why do you need to change everything if all you want to do is get a little more energy? Let's take a look at one example and use that as a microcosmic example of why it doesn't work to try and change one aspect of your health and lifestyle in a vacuum. If you're like an awful lot of people, then at some point you've probably tried to get into better shape. That might mean you joined a gym, or perhaps you paid for a training program to get ridden for you. And if you're like an awful lot of people, you may have failed to stick at the training program or to see the results you wanted. Now, why is that? Probably it comes down to the simple fact that the training program was too ambitious. Very often, a training program will involve working out 3, 4, or 5 times a week at a gym. As a standard rule, workouts will be somewhere between 40 to 60 minutes. So that's immediately 4 to 5 hours of extra time that you need to take away from your current working week. Then there's the fact that you need to travel to and from the gym. And this can take anything from 10 minutes each way to 30 minutes. Then there's showering, and then there's the amount of extra washing you create and the fact that you need to pack for the gym. So what you're really doing is taking about 10 hours out of your working week. That's huge. And more to the point, these are 10 exhausting hours. And that's before we've even considered the amount of work we're expected to do in the kitchen. We're supposed to be transforming our diets to be low calorie, meaning low energy, and we're supposed to shop for the food, cook the food, wash up afterwards. You know how it goes. And it's all stressful too. Cooking can be stressful, and so can spending all that extra money on the gym, the food, on the gas. It's just too much. Then there's a good chance that the very reason you're not exercising and getting enough activity right now is because you're too tired half the time. This is why so many of us let ourselves get into bad shape to begin with, and it's why we turn to junk food, and it's why we struggle to stick to new goals. In short, we're already doing as much as we can. So again, the problem here is energy. Energy management is more important than time management by far when it comes to exercise, so you really need to focus on getting more of that. So next, let's look at what's sapping energy in your life. For many of us, diet comes into play here, and eating lots of junk food can certainly prevent us from feeling our very best and healthiest, so that needs to be changed. More important though is work. If you're coming home from work stressed, then you're going to have very little energy for throwing yourself into a workout. Likewise, stress from other sources such as your finances or relationships can also have a negative impact on your ability to train, so you need to fix that too. There are practical considerations too, like finances. As I was saying, staying in shape can be expensive, and like space if you're training at home, which is a good shout for most people. Even if you're not training from home, having a tidy flat stroke house to come home to can make all the difference in terms of your energy and how you feel, and it means you have one less thing to do at the end of the day, tidying up in this case. Likewise, looking good will fill you with energy and confidence too, which will translate into a better mood and more energy to attack the workouts. A lot of energy is linked with mood, as we'll see later. Then, of course, those other things come into play: time, motivation, and the right program. The point I'm making is that picking a training program and pledging to stick at it just doesn't work unless you're also looking at what has been holding you back so far. Right now, you probably fill your time with activity as much as you can and then crash on the sofa because you're out of steam. If you had the energy to work out, you'd already be working out. You're not, because you don't. So don't come up with an unrealistic 5-day workout plan until you've looked at the rest of your life, including your physical energy, happiness, and mental discipline. You have to change everything if you want to get into great shape. And as you'll see, this makes changes in the rest of your life. Working out will give you more energy. And when you get more energy, you'll find you start to perform better at work. This will be helped by the fact that you now look and feel more confident and attractive filling out that suit or pencil skirt with a more toned physique. Working less means you have more energy to train. Training means you have more energy to do better at work. And these kinds of two-way relationships exist throughout your entire lifestyle. Your lifestyle is self-sustaining, and everything you do is supporting that lifestyle and making it harder for you to change. So where can you possibly start? As mentioned, one of the key things to think about is energy management and planning. Just knowing that you have a finite amount of energy throughout the day and making decisions on that basis. And this brings us to our first super important tip. If you're going to introduce something big into your life, then you need to remove something else. This sounds like a big deal, and many of us will be resistant to it at first, but it's also true. If you're going to try and exert yourself for 30 minutes after work every day, then you need to find a way to save 30 minutes of both time and energy. Getting up 30 minutes earlier will give you more time, but perhaps going to bed 1 hour earlier the night before can give you some more of the energy. Or perhaps you just make the decision to save energy by going out a little less. If you have a weekly pub trip, then consider cutting that out, especially as alcohol will sap your energy in the long term. If you have a very busy social calendar, perhaps consider seeing one friend less. Now, that sounds harsh, but life is all about making tough decisions. Or maybe you'd rather cut out one of your more tiring hobbies or extracurricular activities. Again, it's hard and it seems cold, but the simple fact of the matter is that every action needs an equal and opposite reaction. You can't pull extra time out of thin air. But that's what's going to bring us to our next video and a somewhat more appealing sounding alternative. Finding lots of little ways to save more time and energy throughout the day. This is where the concept of Kaizen comes in. If you can save a little energy on the way to work, save a little energy in the morning, save a little energy doing the dishes, well, you might just have a bit more to spend doing the things you love and the things that are important to you. In order to spend more time doing the things you love and engaging in activities that will actually boost your energy further, you need to find ways to save time throughout the day. That way, you can introduce new things to your routine without feeling like you're being pushed too far. This will also help you to recharge and relax by having some time to spare, which will ultimately help you to be even more focused, productive, and creative at work. The first step is to get things tidy. Believe it or not, tidying your home makes a massive difference to your energy levels, your confidence, and therefore your ability to stick at your training. Think of your home as an extension of your state of mind. If you're very stressed, your home is more likely to look a mess. If your home is a mess, you'll be more stressed. So, what's the easiest way to keep your home tidier and give yourself more mental clarity and space? Actually, it is to get ruthless and just throw things out. Got a box of junk on the wardrobe you haven't looked at in a year? Well, get rid of it. Got 20 ornaments on every surface? Throw out half of them, at least. Now, this may sound extreme, but simply having more space, even just seeing out of the corner of your eye that there's space under the bed, can make a huge difference to your state of mind, and the lack of clutter makes it easier for your mind and body to unwind. Clutter and mess literally cause you to produce norepinephrine, cortisol, and other stress hormones. So this can end up with you feeling completely spent unless you can do something about it. This is particularly useful when you consider that it will also make tidying up much easier in future. Now, you'll be able to clean surfaces by wiping with a wet cloth without having to remove lots of items from around your home. Finding things will be easier, and generally you'll have more time and energy as a result. Oh, and when you remove 50% of your ornaments, you'll be left with a much higher average quality of things on display. This actually makes your home look much wealthier and more impressive because there's no longer the less impressive stuff to detract from the truly great stuff. Now, most of us will do at least one, probably two big shops every week. This involves driving to the supermarket, walking around the aisles, loading up our trolleys, wrestling with other customers, and then loading up our bags and carrying them to the car. That's a heck of a lot of effort. Not to mention the fact that when you shop like this, you have no idea of the budget or the precise amount you're spending. If you want to perform optimally at work the next day, then spending your evenings hunting around supermarkets with screaming kids is not the way to do it. And so it actually makes a lot more sense to shop online. Set up a selection of items that you want to buy, and you can even do this on your lunch break, and then have them delivered each week with a few variations to keep your meals interesting. You just saved yourself 1 to 3 hours a week, and those hours would have involved a lot of exertion. That's enough time to work on a book. Okay, back to the cleaning and tidying. Because even with a very well organized home and minimal clutter, you're still going to find yourself needing to clean from time to time, meaning you're not either relaxing and recuperating or doing the things that you enjoy. But many of these types of work can be avoided or at least minimized too. For example, you could take away the need to wash up after eating by simply getting a dishwasher. Sick of spending lots of time vacuuming? Then how about getting a robotic vacuum cleaner? Ironing taking too long? Then how about getting a steam press? If you want to go even further, then you could consider ordering ready-made meal deliveries to come to your door, as long as they adhere to the diet recommendations that we're going to go into later. And you could look into getting a cleaner to help you keep your home in top shape. In short, there's really no reason to spend your hard-earned time and energy sweeping the floor and cooking. It might seem lazy, but it really isn't if you're using that time to do other fun and useful things. Do you think Obama spends his time washing dishes? Although he probably has more time to do them now. Or Richard Branson? Or Bill Gates? Or Theresa May? Do you think they'd have time to run their empires if they did? Do you think they'd have the energy? Stretching is something I never used to bother with until I heard someone point out how much younger it made them feel once they got their flexibility back. And it makes sense. If you come home from work covered in aches and pains, then of course you're not going to be brimming with energy. And most of us lead lifestyles that make us all more stiff and achy. If you spend a huge amount of your time sitting at a desk, then this is going to do nothing short of destroying your health. Sitting for long stretches is terrible for your heart, because you're not using it basically, while it also causes certain muscles to shorten and tighten, while others elongate and become weaker. Among other things, this can risk causing an anterior pelvic tilt, where your pelvis is actually pulled forward at the front, making your buttocks protrude and hurting your back. Doing everything is harder if this is the state you're moving around in. Don't start your workouts with stretches though. Contrary to what you may have been taught in gym class, stretching actually increases your risk of injury rather than decreasing it. One of the most tiring parts of the day for so many of us is the commute, and there are countless reasons for this. Not only does commuting often mean you need to get up an hour or more before you would otherwise have to, but it also means you need to push yourself onto a crowded bus or train with lots of other people, or sit in a traffic jam cursing. Then you do the whole thing in reverse on the way home. When you've just spent a whole day being shouted at or dealing with work responsibilities, this can be too much for us to handle sometimes. There are plenty of solutions though. One is to look into flexi time. Ask your boss if you can come in an hour earlier and leave an hour earlier. It may mean you miss the rush hour and it shouldn't hurt your productivity. It also means you'll have an extra hour or so to yourself at the start of the day where you can be much more productive. Another option is to consider a carpool. This way, you can get a lift into work every other day, making life easier for you. The stress is now split in half, at least, as is the cost of fuel. And if there's nothing else you can do, then think about the ways you can make your journey to work a little more relaxing and a little less stressful. This might mean reading a great book with the headphones and some good music, or it might mean napping to get even more energy in.